Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know that businesses using SAP PP can boost their production efficiency by up to 30%? This powerful tool helps companies streamline their operations and respond quickly to market demands. Today, we're diving into the world of SAP Production Planning on ECC. SAP PP is essential for efficient production management, enabling better planning, scheduling, and resource utilization. In today's competitive market, effective production planning is vital for meeting customer demands. A well-implemented SAP PP system reduces lead times, lowers inventory costs, and improves product quality. Studies show that companies using effective production planning enjoy significant ROI and increased customer satisfaction. In this course, we will explore key aspects of SAP PP, including integration with other modules, planning strategies, and implementation best practices. You'll learn to set up and manage production orders, forecast demand, and use tools in the ECC system. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. PP Master Data, Material Master. 2. PP Master Data, MM and BOM. 3. PP Master Data Work Center and Routings. 4. Demand Management and MRP. 5. Procurement Proposals Conversion. 6. Planning Strategy 10, 20, and 40. Recorder Point Planning. 7. Setting up of master data in the new system. Let's dive in.
So these are the four important master data from the production planning perspective: material master, bill of material, routing, production version. Now, before we proceed, what is your exposure to PP module in your present role? Have you been working on that in one form or other, either technical or functional? Any exposure so far? Okay, so let's start with the material master. From the material master, as you would be aware, there are different levels at which a materials data in a material master is maintained in the form of views. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
You have a basic. So technically, way you understand that SAP has its own way of explaining, but from understanding perspective, relate each view to a department. Okay, so sales view, which basically belongs to the sales department. The production, purchasing view belongs to the purchasing department. From the mapping to the functional design. But way SAP does it, so it has mapped each department into basically views in SAP in the material master. So it's a central repository. All the details for all the processes like the sales, the production, the materials management, quality, accounting is stored in a single place, correct, with one material number. That is the core of material master in SAP, or for that matter, any ERP. Some ERP will have store less data. SAP has, if you open up the screen, each screen will have 50 to 60 fields, right? Out of which any organization will use only 8 to 10 fields generally. What it is meant for. Rest of the fields which will be generally used for items which is not there, used for a different purpose. So not more than 8 to 10 fields you use in each of this thing, what it is actually meant for. So that is what we are talking about, the client level. So when you say client level, the basic data view is at the client level. So what does that mean? Is that irrespective of whichever plant, because one material can be maintained for multiple plants, right? Multiple plants, multiple sales organizations, and multiple divisions and distribution channels. So, whereas the client level data is not relevant to any particular organization. Which are those? Those are the basic data 1 and basic data 2. The reason is that when you create a material number, what do you have in the basic data view? You have the material number, material description, the material group, and a few other fields. Now, irrespective of whichever plant this material gets extended to, the material number will not change. The material description will not change, right? So those are the fields which are basically at the basic data view, which SAP calls it at the client level.
Okay.
So this is applicable for any master data in SAP.
Yeah.
You take it the vendor master or customer master, that is what it is. And then when you have something called as plant level. So what does plant level mean? Plant level means that the same material can have a different set of master data for different plants. For example, a material can have one lot size in for one plant, and rather I would right now I'll generalize it, is that a material number can one way of planning for in one plant can have a totally different way of planning in a different plant. Though the material is the same, material number is the same. So those data, what we are talking about is the data retention level. So when we say that client level, we generally talk about client level. That is nothing but the data retention level is at the client level, which means that whatever data is there in the client, in the basic data view, is applicable for the material across the in the complete client, irrespective of the plant it is being used in. Any data at the plant level means that data is relevant only for that plant. It can be the same also. It can be the same for different plants, but you have an option of having a different set of data for the same material at a different plant. Similarly with the storage location, and similarly with the accounting valuation. When they say valuation level, as I said, if from the accounting view in for finance, plant is called as a valuation area internally by SAP. So these are the 3-4 different levels at which data are maintained in SAP for the material master. When you create a material type plays a very, very important role in the material master creation and the processes. Say, for example, if you try to create a standard SAP, if you take a standard SAP raw material, it will never show you a sales view. Now, if you take a FERT, which is the material type for a finished good, it will never show a purchasing view. Reason is that idea of a raw material is that you will never sell a raw material. Correct? You take the basic, I don't know what is your basic raw material. If you take that, imagine that will say, for example, let me give a classic example of foundry. Right? What is the basic requirement of foundry? You need sand, a certain type of sand, right? Now, you will never sell sand. Correct? You will make something out of the sand and sell it.
Correct.
Right? So that's the reason standard SAP doesn't give a sales view for a raw material. Similarly, when you do a finished product, you manufacture it in-house. You will never purchase a finished good. You are going to get all the raw material and semi-finished good and then assemble or manufacture the finished good and sell it. So you are never directly going to purchase a finished good. So that is why for a finished good, you will never see a purchasing view.
Okay.
And what SAP gives is something is a semi-finished good, HALB, which is that you will have both sales as well as purchasing, which means that you buy it sometimes, you manufacture it sometimes, which means that HALB, which is a semi-finished good, allows all kinds of activities for a particular item. So view is nothing but the activity, what you are going to do that. So three major, I think there are 14 to 15 standard SAP types. The three major material types are raw material is one, semi-finished good, and the third. And the fourth one is something called as Hava, which is nothing but the trading goods. If you are into trading, where you simply purchase from X and sell it to Y, in that case, there will be no manufacturing use, which is the work scheduling.
Okay.
Right. So those are the four important types, and that is what is going to basically that is what is going to control the whole process. What a particular material type has to undergo. So that is the material type control. We'll go to what is required for PP. And the similar function is there for industry sector. We generally don't use. We always go by the material type. So you can copy, change, and all those things, whichever is required. Now, views available in SAP PP Material Master: accounting and costing, quality, production information, material planning data. Of course, sales data, purchase data is generally not available. So sales is important, right? Because you are going to sell the finished good.
Right.
So purchase, I'm not sure why they have put, but purchase is not available. Generally, for a finished good, for a PP, purchase, as I said, only in case of semi-finished good, HALB, purchase data will be available. But that is standard SAP. Now you can, depending on your requirement, you can basically copy that material type and allow, disallow whatever views you want based on your requirement.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So if you look at your system, you can see that I am sure there will be some custom material types, or I don't know whether. See, ROH is standard SAP, raw material. HALB is standard SAP, semi-finished good. FERT is finished goods, and HAWA, HAWA is the trading goods. But if you look at, I'm sure most of the implementations we will, because, and another thing what the material type also does is it controls the field selection. Say, for example, a raw material can have certain fields as mandatory and optional, whereas a semi-finished good can have a different set of fields, mandatory and optional. That configuration is available in material master configuration. So generally, if that business rule is required, then what we do is we copy the existing material types and do all those things. And this thing. So you can check in the system later whether you are using the standard ones or the your industry specific ones. No, the role of material master in production planning is that these are the 4 views which are very important. Accounting anyway is required. From the planning perspective, see, there are in production, there are 2 things in SAP. One is planning and another is execution. Planning is your MRP and all those things, demand management. Execution is your creation of your order, releasing of your order, goods issue, goods receipt. That is your order execution. So from a planning perspective, these are required. MRP1, MRP2, MRP3, and MRP4 views, and the work scheduling view is required for execution. If you have to create a production order for a particular material, then the work scheduling view has to be available for the material master. Without that, SAP will not allow you to create a production order.
Okay.
And if you want to do planning, then you what you do is you have to have MRP1, MRP2 at the minimum.
Yeah.
And MRP3 and MRP4 for any complicated, you want to use the advanced functionalities of MRP, you can use. This is what we are talking about. Material master contains several views which are maintained with the respective department. Materials. So how is it in your organization? Is one MDM team available to create, or is one individual departments create?
Yes, we have the departments also.
MDM, right? Or a master data management.
Oh, master data management.
MDM is the master data management team. It's not a tool or a thing. Generally, what happens is SAP has come up with a master data management tool also. So, but there'll be a team, maybe generally a central team which is responsible for creating everybody whoever wants to create a material master, they request it to that material master MDM team and they create the material, because that centralized control is generally required. Otherwise, if it is given at the user levels, then users are going to create materials as they required, and they will not be completely aware of what is required, what is not required, and you get into all the duplicates and all those things.
Okay, I'm not sure about MDM team any specific, but yes, we have different departments, and through authorization roles assigned to the users, only certain users can create the material.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Yeah.
Right. So the 3 transactions, this is your initial screen. You will have a material number, you will have an industry sector, and the material type. So then the material numbers can be internally numbered or externally numbered. So that's again a configuration related to the material type. Through a material type, you can say that a particular material SAP at the time of sale automatically allocates a number, or while creating the material number itself, somebody has to externally give the number.
Okay. Yeah.
So transactions, you might be aware, MM01 is create, MM02 is change, and MM03 is display. Right? That's the standard SAP transaction. 01, 02, 03. For most of the transactions, it will be 01, 02. 01 is always create, 02 is change, and 03 is display. Now, these are the views what we are talking about. So once you create go and create a material master, then it's depending on the configuration. These are what views are allowed. That's what views are allowed like this is basically depends on the material type configuration. In the configuration you allow, okay, these are the views which are allowed for this particular material type. So generally, if you see all the say for example, even though it is a raw material, there are scenarios where you are going to sell, because if you have to provide spares, correct? So a raw material is also, you have to sell it as a spare. then you cannot stop this. You have to have the sales view, correct? Because without the sales view, you cannot sell.
Yes.
In that case, the most ideal is to create that material as a semi-finished good, going by standard definition of SAP. But generally what happens is people, because the name is semi-finished good, they get confused during the implementation. They go and allow the sales view to the raw material only.
Mm-hmm.
From the best business practice perspective, that's not the right way. But it does the job.
Okay.
Right. So ideally, if you are selling a raw material also as a spare and you have to sell it, obviously you cannot create a new number. You need to work with the same number. Yeah. So two options are allow the sales view to the raw material or create it as a semi-finished. So I would always prefer creating it as a semi-finished. Okay, so now we have this, as I said, MM02 is change material master and MM03. When you create a material master, how many plants do you have?
We have 5,000 and then 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000.
Okay, 5 plants you have. So now the thing here is, if one material is used in a different, multiple plants, you have to extend the material to all the 5 plants. I mean, even in that case, you use MM01 only.
Yeah.
You don't use MM02. So SAP's this thing is, you create a material master, which means that nothing changes in the basic data view.
Yeah. So not all materials are extended to all 5 plants.
Okay.
Some major plant is our 1,000, and then not all materials are extended to all plants. But some materials are extended to multiple plants.
Okay. So even in that case, so you have to use the MM01 and extend those materials. Then either you can retain the same data or you can change the data.
Yes.
At the plant level.
Yeah.
Right. So, for example, what I was saying was, in plant 1,000, if that is your mother plant, then plant 2,000, when you are extending the material master, you can always change some parameters in the MRP1 view, which is not going to affect the plant 1 details.
Correct.
So that is what we mean by data at plant level. And there's some SAP gives a functionality of mass changes, which you can say, for example, you have 1,000 materials, and for one of the fields you want to change one particular value of value of a field, you can choose based on some parameters, and the system can do a mass change. That is MM60. MRP views. I'll see. What is your understanding of MRP? What is MRP? See, MRP, Material Requirement Planning, is not a concept which SAP has come up. Right?
Okay.
MRP as a concept is out there in the whole supply chain cycle for ages.
Yeah.
Right? Only thing, SAP has given some tool to run MRPs. Right? Material Requirement Planning. The basic purpose of MRP. What is the purpose of output of a MRP? Only 3 things. What, when, how many.
Okay.
What is required? What or which? Which material is required?
Mm-hmm.
When is it required? Date, delivery date. How much is it required?
Mm-hmm.
Predominantly, this is the 3 important things or a byproduct come out of that. But which or when, how many, and when. So these are the 3 important things a output of a MRP will give you.
Mm-hmm.
So MRP, when you run the MRP, all it will look at it in detail. When you run the MRP, it does these things. First, it looks at the demand. Suppose you are running a MRP for let's say you schedule the MRP. So what does it do in the backend? It, depending on MRP controller or whatever, it filters all the materials for which the MRP has to be run. Correct? Mm-hmm. And it takes one material and see what is the demand for this particular finished product. Now, once it finds the demand, it goes and sees what is the stock available for this particular demand. Let's say it found out basically demand as 1,000. One way or the other, you found out that for this particular SKU number, there's a demand of 1,000 numbers. Now it looks at this stock. Stock, there is around, let's say 1,100 straight away. There is no output of MRP because it is there. For that particular material, system is not going to give any procurement proposal because stock is already there. Now let's take a scenario where the stock is demand is 1,000, stock is 600 only. Then it will give a procurement proposal for 400, which is for then that what is that material, how many is 400, and it says when it also next it finds that when is this required, demand, when has this to be delivered to the customer, it finds out a date. Then it is going to say when.
Right.
Before that, you have to see bottom line. $1 billion systems are spent or built to basically all the complicated. What is the final objective of that? To ensure that customer gets that delivery on time. If you look at it, yes, leave all the complicated algorithms and all those things. What is this MRP doing, or what is this? MRP is a base. Now, if you see, there are so many other planning tools, extended this thing, and you had this APO, the constraints. But bottom line is what are we trying to do is basically ensure that customer gets the delivery on time. That is the only final objective.
Yes.
Right. So these are the views. So what are we doing? We are building lot of rules, business rules as to in the MRP views, what of rules as to how a material has to be planned. Right?
Yes.
So how material needs to be planned is what is the data which we are going to enter in the MRP views. As I said, it's less of configuration and MRP and more of master data. Material master technically controls how the MRP runs, or how you would like to how you would like the system to run the MRP. So very important. So 4 views. So how the material needs to be planned, how the material need to be purchased or produced, which means that whether it is internally manufactured or whether it has to be externally procured. What is the material lead time information? How long does it generally take? Suppose if I want to manufacture or if I have to get it from an outside supplier, generally what is the average lead time? Okay, and then you will have if there are any safety stocks requirement, and what is the planning strategy of production make to order in make to stock. See, in a planning strategy world, I'm sure you would have heard MTO and MTS, right?
MDO4, yes.
Yeah, there is MTO and MTS.
Oh, okay. Right? Not much.
This is the common terminology used, MTO. If you see the last one, make to order and make to stock. These are the 2 extremes in planning. Make to stock, made to order, or what we call as push and pull.
Okay.
Right? Made to stock is irrespective of the demand. You are going to manufacture. You have a high level demand. It's not that you have a confirmed order. You are not waiting for a confirmed order to start manufacturing. You have a demand. So whichever way you found that next 3 months or next 6 months, I have to manufacture 5,000 of each one of the finished product. Your sales gave an input or some other tool, whatever you got basically this input. Now, whether there is a confirmed order or not, you are going to manufacture that 5,000 and keep it in stock and you push it into the market. Like typically consumer goods. Right? Consumer goods, they are not going to wait for the customer to place an order for toothpaste or whatever goods. They are going to they know somehow they figure out a demand. Okay, from past 6 months is what I am selling. Next 6 months I will do this, and they push it into the stores. That is make to stock, which means that they are not waiting for the final customer order to come to start manufacturing. That is, you manufacture, keep it into the stock and push it to the customer. Right? So whether it sells or not, only time will tell.
Okay.
Make to order, MTS, is that you wait for an order to come to start your manufacturing. Like say, for example, high-end, like expensive, like machineries and engineer to order. Like, for example, there are a lot of customer-specific things you have to do. Those kind of things, you wait for an order to come.
Yeah.
Only then you manufacture. No, these are the two extremes in a planning situation. I mean, this is not anything specific to SAP. This is all, again, something is part of a planning strategy which has been out there for a while. SAP just gives tools to manage this.
Yeah. Right.
So these are the two extremes, made to stock and made to order. Between these two, there are multiple other strategies. What you do is you plan till the final assembly. Like suppose you have 6 or 7 different assemblies. You take it to the last level of assembly. Only when you get the order, you do the finishing final assembly. So like that, there are a lot of other strategies. But made to stock to made to order are the two extremes of in a planning scenario. Now, what do we have in work scheduling? That is about the MRP. So we have the work scheduling. As I said, there are two important views from production planning. From the planning perspective, it is MRP1, MRP2, MRP3, and MRP4. From the production perspective, which is the execution perspective, it is work scheduling view. So who is the responsible person for the production of this material? What is the lead time of the production process? Product is batch maintained or not? This is available in the storage location view also and the purchasing view also. So two important things are person. There are a lot of other things also we'll see. The important things are two different things in the work scheduling.
Okay.
So from MRP 1, 2, 3, 4 and work scheduling is are mandatory. So if you have to basically do planning and execution from the production planning module in SAP. Here we are giving you just an overview of what does MRP want. See, MRP, there are 3 different types of MRP here. One is MRP, another is MPS, another is consumption-based planning. So we used to call it as deterministic planning and undeterministic planning. So in MRP, in this process of planning, only against a demand you are going to plan. If there is a demand, system is going to plan. If there is no demand, system is not going to plan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, MPS is advanced process of planning, planning, where it's a master production schedule, wherein we put in some additional rules. I'll show it when I do this thing on top of MRP. It's MRP only, where we do it, put some additional rules, firming zone and all those things. We put that rules in MPS, master production schedule. And the third one is consumption-based planning. Here, consumption-based planning happens based on the past consumption. System is going to forecast the future.
Okay.
There will be some mathematical algorithm. So, which means that irrespective of the demand, it doesn't look at the demand.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look at the demand. It looks at the past consumption, how it has consumed this particular component, and it is going to forecast the future. Now, finished goods, we don't use consumption-based planning. It's only the B class, C class components which we use for consumption planning. Especially what happens is that when you're talking about the components, 70% chances are that a component is, at least I would not say 70%, at least 30 to 40% of the components will be used commonly across the finished goods.
Okay.
Some nuts, screws, and this thing which will be, I don't know what your components are. So in those cases, 30 to 40% will be covered. So in that case, you don't have to wait for those orders to come. Because these are what SAP recommends is to use it for B class and C class items, which doesn't have high value. So in those cases, because it is not of high value, then what happens? You allow the system to analyze the past consumption, and it will forecast the future. So when you do a consumption-based planning, there is no link to the demand, and consumption-based planning is part of MM module, not part of PP module.
Okay.
So MRP also finally it runs MRP and does the same thing what MRP does. But then MRP, but in the material master, you flag it as consumption-based planning.
Okay.
Right. So finally, you run an MRP for that also. For all these 3, you run the MRP. But it's basically these 3 things, you set it up in the material master. So MRP, when it runs, it basically works according, whether it's a MRP, whether it's a MPS, and whether it's a consumption planning, it is going to throw the output as per the MRP procedure. Now, from the consumption-based planning, SAP gives this reorder point planning, which means that you can set a reorder point if the since it is not linked to the demand. If a particular, say for example, you say that if the stock falls below 100, then system has to generate a proposal, procurement proposal. So you can set a reorder point. You basically do a time phase planning. Time phase planning is nothing but, say for example, you have a requirement wherein every month you do something called as a planning calendar, and wherein every month, irrespective of the demand, you are asking the vendor to supply some 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000. Then you do a time phase planning. Okay, this is predominantly used in JIT and all those things where you have, because if you are doing a time phase planning, then you should be very, very clear about the requirement. That I will require it every month, every week. Yes. Otherwise, so what you are doing is you are doing a time phase planning for 2 months or 3 months and giving the schedule to the vendor.
Yeah.
Saying that every week you supply this. So it's kind of a commitment.
Right.
So only when you are sure about this, you can do a time phase planning. And then is the forecast based planning, where the past consumption you do the forecast. So these are the MRP, MPS, and consumption based planning are the 3 different ways of how you can do a planning. Finally, you run a MRP for all this, but you set it up in the material master this way. See, in PP, you will come across a lot of new terminologies. And it's not like very easy to consume it. It will take some time.
Yeah, many things are new. Today. Yeah.
So these are all, I think we'll have to hear it maybe once or twice and read something. So, I mean, you will encounter, that's why I asked, are you familiar with the terminologies in the beginning? A lot of new terminologies are going to come in PP. Okay. As we go for planned independent requirements, schedule margin keys, these and all those things.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So these are all the MRP views. Then I will basically go to the system so that I don't confuse you with too many terminologies. We'll cover all these things as we go to the system.
Okay.
You need to see something in the system before you go here. Okay, so where did we stop? We stopped at backflash. Now this is now we are going to the now. I can go through this. What we have done is basically we have given some key parameters in each of this thing. I can go through it in theory and then go to the system, or I can directly go to the system and explain the theory. So this is the industry sector, what I was talking about. So let's go with the standard mechanical SAPs. People are changing the standard itself. Yeah, this is SAP standard. No, not even. No, I think that somebody has renamed it. It is SAP. From SAP perspective, is only going to be mechanical. Okay, fine. So material type, let's say, these are all the material types. Now the challenge is to find out which is the original one. See, so many raw materials. Okay, let's quickly, because I don't want to start with something which somebody else is doing it, because we don't know what we'll encounter. I hope nobody would have changed the settings for the material type. So logistics general. HLB. These are the 3 we are going to use. Since I have come here, I will just show you. So if you double click on it, this is where you allow what view is allowed and what is not allowed.
Okay. So if we uncheck some one of these,
yes, it will not show up there.
That won't. Okay.
Yeah, it will not show up there. If you uncheck any one of them, it will not show up there. Say, for example, if you see, let's see, if you go to what were we going to use, let's say FELT. FELT. That is, when from production perspective, we'll always use FELT. If somebody has checked in all. So if I go to, which is wrong, MM01, and we say FELT, FELT. Finished good, let's say finished good standard. Where did we do? Finish. Did I save it? Oh, I have not saved it. Finished products, ST. This is my what we did just now, mechanical. Now, if you see, purchasing is also here, correct?
Yes.
Ideally, it should not be there. So if I go here, I don't want purchasing. I want storage. I don't want forecasting. Let's say then warehouse management, let it be there. Sales has to be there. Stock has to be there. Okay, that's all I need. Now, if I go back, I don't know whether I have to completely go back. Let's try. Yeah. /NMM01. See, your purchasing is gone.
Yes.
So that is what we always say, that material type controls which views are allowed for a particular material. Okay, so let's start. So what we are going to do is we are going to do the basic. Anyway, we are not going to do sales, so I'm not going to activate the sales, unnecessary maintenance of data. So eventually, if you are basically creating a finished product, sales view is mandatory because you are going to sell it. Without a sales view, you cannot sell it.
Yeah.
So we are going to concentrate on the production. So warehouse management for right now we don't need. Accounting will have that. So let's see. This is a new system. 3,000. Yeah, 3,000. Plan 3,000. Let's get one storage location for 3,000. This is one thing with this, it doesn't give the search. The best thing is do this. T001W, right?
Yeah.
W is for plant, or T01L, I think, is storage location.
I think W is for plant.
Yeah. L is storage location. Okay, that's so many. I don't want one with a warehouse. Everything is a warehouse. 0999. Okay, 0099. Okay. So we are now basic data 1 and 2, which we are saying that this is at the client level. So the two important fields here are the basic unit of measure, which is basic unit of measure is a measure in which you are going to manage your inventory. That is the definition of basic unit of measure. Each will go with each, and then material group, whichever you are going to whatever you have created. So whichever it matches to, you can assign a material group. This material group doesn't have any control function, but is a very good field for reporting. Pick up anyone a standard SAP one. I will try. Okay, let's go with this forms. Standard SAP, and here you have a lot of other fields. You want to enter gross weight, net weight, and all those things, but basic to fields which is at the basic data view. So which is at the client level. So if you see, even if you extend it to a different material, different plant, this will not change. Description of the material will not change. Then the base unit of measure will not change. The material group will not change.
Okay.
So this is at the client level. Now, basic data view, if you're using document management and all those things is required. Generally, basic data views, all the fields are used for some other purpose which SAP is not giving you. So you have particular requirement to enter a new field for classification. SAP is not giving you. So we generally what we do is we kind of start using these fields. Most ones are most common. And then we'll straight away jump to MRP1 view, which is of interest to us. So the first thing, let's see, what was it from the material perspective? Let's be in sync with that. So first thing we are talking about is the MRP1 view, is the MRP type. Most important.
Mm-hmm.
Your MRP type defines your planning procedure. Now, M to M4 is basically your MPS type of planning, master production schedule.
Okay.
Okay, M0 to M4. ND. So there are a lot of instances where, suppose two reasons why ND is used. You still want to create the MRP views to be available. You want to use some of the fields in MRP, but still you don't want to make it relevant to MRP. Then what you do is you put it as ND, which means that no planning. Even though MRP, when it runs, it looks at the first thing when you run the MRP, the first thing SAP looks at is this particular field, MRP type, whether it is relevant for planning or not relevant for planning.
Mm-hmm.
If it sees ND, it stops right away. It doesn't plan that material, which means that you have told the system that do not plan.
Okay.
Okay. And then MR from P1 to this one, EPD is your actual MRP, and R1 to all the down is your consumption based planning.
Okay.
Okay. That is how generally you can classify. AP, external planning, is that you are sending the data to the external system. All this data to the external system, some other system is planning for you.
Okay.
Okay, that is what is meant. So these are the various types of plannings you have. So as I said, key is going to be the first thing the system looks at when the system tries to do the planning is the MRP type. Because first it has to see whether it's relevant for planning or not. Because then right away it can stop, so that you reduce so much of material from the planning. Because the MRP, your system is going to run thousands or hundreds of thousands of material. When you run the MRP, it is going to plan. Mm-hmm. Right? So there's no point in doing all the planning and then coming back and looking to see whether it is relevant for planning or not.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So SAP first looks at this. Now, the most common we use is, if you can look at your system right now, the most common is going to be PD.
Okay.
90% of the material is going to have PD, which is your planning based on requirement.
Some are blank also.
Which means that it's not relevant for planning.
Okay. And if I filter just MRP type, then I see the most common are M0, ND, blank, PD, M1, VB. These 6.
VB is your reorder point planning. VB is your forecast based planning. And M1 is your MPS fixing type.
M1 is?
MPS, master production schedule.
Okay, right. And PD, ND, M0.
M0 is also a type of master production schedule. Okay. So off late, people are not using MPS is MRP with some constraints, introducing some constraints and fixing some firming zone. Right now, a lot more advanced tools have coming to do all those things. So only the older implementations are using MPS.
Okay, because I kept it open. Maybe it's those materials are pretty old. I just saw one plan 1,000, but there are many old materials also.
Right, because MPS is not like a kind of a stringent kind of this thing, putting some constraints. And newer, because there are a lot more new tools which have come in to do the MPS and all those things. Better tools have come in. So people are not basically... See, what happens is that MRP, the basic concept or the downside of MRP is that one thing which MRP misses is the capacity. It always assumes that you have unlimited capacity.
Okay.
That's one of the downside of MRP. Nowhere in MRP you saw capacity, even though SAP gives you some functionality. So then what happens over a period of time, what has happened is that a lot of constraints have come into planning over a period of time with all the globalization and all those things, which means that transportation is a constraint, capacity is a constraint. So now what MRP is doing is you manufacture it. Okay, you take this material, you manufacture so much, deliver. That's all. It's not considering any other constraint.
Okay.
Because in a real world, there are so many other constraints. Correct. So
Yeah.
now with APO, you heard of APO, right? APO is
Yes,
basically
I have.
advanced PP the module with SAP S now that has become part of S4, where you take the MRP results and apply all the constraints. I have a constraint in transportation. I have a constraint in capacity, all the constraints, and then you can realistically come up with a date when I can actually deliver it. So
Okay.
I'll not confuse you more on that. But a reason why I told was because MPS is a system where you basically free. Say, for example, you fix a zone. Say, for example, you plan one plan to another. Say, for example, you run MRP on 15th, correct? And system came up with basically some proposals. Now, the situation changes. Next week, when you run the MRP, the demand would have changed. Correct. Now, what should the system do? Should it cancel the order? Or should it plan? So, what generally is done is the MPS items you are looking for high value items. MPS is used. Wherein, if our high value items are long lead time items. Say, for example, you are importing some material. Now, when you place an order, you will take 3 months to get it. Now, after 15 days, all of a sudden you found that the demand is not there. What should the system do? For those kind of material, you say, okay, if the change has happened within the 15 days of placing the order or 15 days of the requirement, do not cancel the order, go ahead and procure it. So those kind of high value items and long lead items, MPS is used. So what I'll do is I'll first cover the MRP. MPS is complicated, so we'll come to the MPS later.
Okay.
We'll cover the basic MRP first for you, and then you'll get a feel, and then you can look at the MPS. Okay. The first point is basically this thing. Now, PD, let's go with PD. PD is determined. One thing you'll have to look at here is that depending on what field you use, other fields become mandatory. Okay. So right now, MRP controller is mandatory. By definition, what is MRP control? Who is a MRP controller? MRP controller, one person or a set of people in the planning department who are responsible for planning. I mean, without a system, there are going to be a set of people, even with SAP or without SAP, planning is happening for ages, and it is going to happen also. Right? Even without a system also. So one way or the other, in an Excel sheet or something, the planning is keep on happening. So by definition, MRP controller in SAP is the person or a set of people who is responsible for planning for this material, and the person who is going to make the decision of make or buy, whether this particular material has to be purchased outside or manufactured in. That's the core definition of SAP. Now it is used in whichever this thing, and it's a very reporting. So this one field is mandatory.
Okay.
Now you come to the lot size. What is a lot size? Is that suppose let's see what are the options. EX is the most common lot size. What does that mean? If the demand is 100, right? Demand is 100. Now, lot size EX is used, which is called lot to lot. Create a proposal only for 100. Don't create 110, 120. Okay. That is the definition of a lot size. Oh shit. That is the problem. Okay. Let's go back to the main screen. Okay. That is, now, if you see here, now when I go to the next screen, it is not asking me to enter the minimum lot size. Because here what it's saying is whatever is the requirement, procure the quantity to the same lot. Now, suppose if I change the MRP time. Let's say I go to the MRP time. And say a reorder point or a fixed lot. I think there is one fixed lot. Where is that? I don't know where it has vanished. There's one called fixed lot. So in that case, what happens is that you will be able to enter the minimum lot size. So suppose, even if you say lot for lot quantity, and you can say that my minimum lot size, suppose my demand is 100. However, your vendor always gives you in 200. It doesn't give his minimum quantity, minimum order quantity for this material is 200. Okay, then you can enter a minimum order of 200.
Okay.
Even though the demand is 100. So system is going to create a proposal for 200.
Okay.
Okay. Similarly, when you go to the fixed cost, fixed lot size, right? So irrespective of the demand, always order a lot size of 100 or 1000 or whatever, if that kind of a requirement is there, because this is particularly good for C class items, low value items. Right? So you don't have to, because remember, whenever the output of MRP comes, this means that there is a job involved with the materials management. Or whoever is procuring it, or somebody has to create a purchase requisition, create a purchase order, then the approvals, and then finally. So in those cases where materials are of lower quantity, quantity with a lower cost, those kind of cases you can basically do the fixed lots. Now, again, even though you set a minimum lot size of 200, then even though the demand is 1000, 2000, I can still say maximum lot size of 1000. Even though the requirement is for 2000, if I put a maximum lot of size of 1000, system will only give you lot size of 1000.
All right.
And then you can similarly with the maximum stock level, if you're asking the system that you replenish only up to the maximum, look at the stock. If the stock is basically 1000, suppose if the maximum stock level is 1000, if the requirement is, if the stock is 800, the requirement is 2000, you order only 200. Because I said the maximum stock level is 1000.
Okay.
So that's, so as I was keeping, as I kept on saying, master data plays a very big role in MRP. Okay. So now let's go back to that this thing. So we're talking about the MRP controller we covered, and then what are they saying? Planning time frames will not cover right now. Lot size we use the time because that is required with the time frames. So we'll look at it later. Lot size will be used at time of the purchase or production quantity. Like what is the quantity? If the what against the demand, what should be the lot size? Right? That's for lot size, and we went to that other fields also. Now this is the minimum lot size, maximum lot size, and all those things we looked at it. So that is the function of a lot size. So if you scroll down, you see the assembly scraps and all those things, right? So here, what happens is that, suppose you always know that when you're using this material to do some kind of a assembly, there's always a scrap percentage of 5%. Okay? So you can say, suppose if I say 5% scrap, which means that if the requirement for this particular material during the MRP run is 100, system is going to plan for 105.
Okay.
Because you said this is if you know that a particular material always there is a scrap percentage, then you can add this percentage here. To that extent, system will plan more. So this is what they're talking about: static lot size, period lot size, optimum lot size. Like static lot size is EX. Period lot size is based on the different periods, reorder point, and all those things. So depending on that, you do the fixed order quantity, fixing and splitting, and fixed lot size. Period wise, period lot size is equal to posting period, plan for a particular period, plan for a planning calendar, period. So these are all the daily lot size. These are all the period based planning. And then the optimum is what we are talking about right now. Put in the minimum lot size, maximum lot size, fixed lot size. All this additional constraint becomes your optimum lot size plan. Okay. The most common, I don't know if you want to check right now, the most what is the lot size in your system you're using right now? And the field would be DISLS. EX is the most, I'm sure there will be a lot of EXs.
The most common lot size that I see is there are multiple. Some
Okay.
are blank, but the others are like WB.
WB, weekly lot size. Okay.
Weekly lot size. Then Z4, Z2, Z3.
Oh, those are all your custom
these
lot
are
sizes.
customs. Okay. Then we have EX.
Yeah. So Z2, Z4 are all your custom lot sizes.
Okay. Then we have EX. EX is for lot order quantity.
Correct.
Then ZL. ZL is again, I think,
Custom.
Yeah. Then TB. TB is daily lot size.
TB is daily lot size, weekly lot size, and so basically yours is predominantly period lot sizes.
Okay.
So whatever is this thing, whatever is your daily, what required for on a daily basis. So which means that you are running the MRP daily.
Yes, we do.
Okay. Then you have weekly lot size.
Okay. Then we have more of ZX, ZY, Z8. Then one is MB.
MB is your monthly, I think. Where is MB? Monthly lot size.
And then FX.
FX is your fixed order quantity.
Okay.
What we saw, right? Fixed lot size, fixed order quantity is always.
Yes. Then we have HB.
Oh, that is forecast based. HB is, where is HB?
Okay, yeah. Replenish to maximum stock level.
Replenish to maximum stock level.
Yeah. These are the most common.
Right. So you are using a combination of fixed lot size and consumption based planning. So you are using all the three, which is we saw. You are using the static lot size, which is EX, period lot size, which is weekly and monthly and daily, and then you are using the optimum lot size, which is replenished up to the maximum stock or fixed order. So all the three different lot sizing procedures you are using.
And then there are many Z.
Many Z, I mean, that's very specific to you, and I'm sure they would have done something else for that. Some reason they would have changed some configuration or some requirement, they would have done the lot size. So here they are explaining about the lot sizing procedure, classified, static lot size, procurement quantities calculated based on the information maintained in the material master, period lot size, system groups the requirement that are in the weekly, monthly, optimum lot size is setup lot size, independent cost, lot of other things. EX, lot size, fixed lot size, HP, timing, and they're just giving the examples.
So for around 10,000 materials, 11,000 materials have Z lot size.
Okay. So how many materials have your this thing, like PD?
PD?
PD as the MRP type. Those are the number of materials which are being planned every time you are planning.
MRP type.
MRP type PD. Or you can basically filter. I mean, rather than doing that, go to this thing and find out how many materials do not have what is that? Blank. How many materials have blank and ending?
Plant and ND?
Blank value and ending.
Blank and ND.
ND, which is not, ND is not relevant for planning.
Okay.
No
so
planning.
For PD, we have, for PD, first I'm telling you, is 74,000 materials.
Okay.
For PD. And for blank and ND is, for blank and ND around 17,000.
17, correct?
Yeah, 17,000.
So, which means that those number of materials are not being planned in MRP.
Yeah. But there are total around, if we leave these blank, so out of 150,000, 17,000 are not for planning.
Okay. 150,000. Okay. That's not bad. Which means that almost 80% are being planned, 90% are being planned. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Now we'll come to the MRP 2 view. The first thing what you see is here, what is the procurement type? Whether this material will be manufactured in-house or whether it will be externally procured, whether there is no procurement at all, procurement is blank, you never procure, or both procurement types allowed.
We do both in-house and external procurement.
Correct. So which means that, no, but it all depends. No, see, For the for semi-finished goods, you might do it. But for the finished goods, you might not be doing both.
No, I mean, we don't do both. We have E and F categories.
E and F. So
E and F, I am sure we have.
X.
But I'm not sure about X. Where can I check that?
Yeah, I say MARC and
okay, same.
I'll tell you the table.
Procurement type.
BESKZ.
So for X, we just have 300 materials.
Which means that you are very clearly restricting, saying that this is either procured internally or externally. Very clearly restricted.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
So around 15,000 are E.
Okay. Those might be the finished goods. So if you see the material type, they'll be the finished goods.
And mostly are external. So those are around 100,000.
Yeah, which means that those are either raw materials or semi-finished goods.
Okay.
You see, what the problem is that you have to join two tables to find out MARA and MARC. You will not find the material type. See, if you know some link, do a query or something, you can. That is how you basically decide that. Okay, then you link the material type to the procurement type. With a simple ABAP query, then you can relate it. Okay, this is material type, so this is what is being externally procured. So here you see what is the impact of it. The impact is big. Is that when you say, for example, external procurement. See, okay, before that, one step back, is that what is the output of MRP? Have you seen the output of MRP?
When we execute the
after the MRP
run, yeah. I forgot the transaction. What's the
MD04?
Yes. Oh, MD04 we see all. We check all the time.
Okay,
but
fine.
We can also manually run MRP, right? From some of the transactions.
MD01, MDBT.
Yeah.
MDBT.
So those also, I have seen those transactions.
Correct. So now
MD04 we check all the time.
Okay. See,
sometimes we check stock also. Yeah.
See, what is MD04? MD04 is the output of the MRP, the most critical screen for a MRP planner. So when the MRP runs, output of if there is a requirement, if there is a shortage of stock, what does it do? System gives a procurement proposal. SAP, you keep on talking about a procurement proposal. In the general world, whenever you are talking of procurement, you always think that it is procured externally, correct? Whereas in SAP's terminology, procurement is internal or external. Even if it is manufactured internal, SAP calls it as a procurement. So under procurement, it calls internal and external. So if you are going to basically say the procurement type is F, the output of a MRP is always a purchase requisition. Whereas if you do it as a E, the output of a MRP is always a planned order. So if you put X, the output of a MRP is always a planned order. I'll tell you why. If it is basically the procurement type is F, you are telling the system that I am only going to procure it from outside. Which means that it creates a purchase requisition, you convert the purchase requisition to the purchase order. When you say it as E, right, you are telling the system that this particular material is manufactured in-house only always. Which means that the planned order will be converted into a production order. Because a purchase requisition cannot be converted to a production order. Because you told the system that I'm going to procure externally. Okay. So whereas if when the system does a planned order, you can convert it to a production order. That is, if you are doing the procurement type as E. Whereas if you do a procurement type of X, the output of a MRP is still a planned order, because that is when a planner decides whether this particular planned order has to be a make or buy decision, which means that a planned order can be converted to a purchase requisition or as well as a production order. Okay, that is the impact of deciding the procurement. The output, the procurement proposal depends on the procurement type you put in the material master.
Okay.
Okay. So if you put E or AX, if you put X, it will always be a planned order. Now, suppose if you are basically doing you decide to procure, what happens? First, you convert a planned order to a purchase requisition, then purchase requisition to a purchase order. There's additional work. So, if you are very clear that you always are going to procure it from outside, then you rather make it F. So, the output of the MRP is always a purchase requisition. All you need to do is convert a purchase requisition to the purchase order.
Okay.
Only if it is X, then whoever is the planner is going to decide whether it is going to be a planned order or a production order. Sorry, a purchase requisition. A planned order is just a placeholder in SAP. So that you can basically either convert it to a planned order or convert it to a purchase requisition and convert it to a purchase order also. And you can also convert partial quantity of a planned order to a production order. Say, for example, you have some constraints in the production in your in-house capacity. So let's say 100 is the requirement. So 50 can become a purchase requisition, 50 can become a purchase order. Sorry, a production order. So there are advantages and disadvantages of creating a planned order. But if you're 100% sure that whether you manufacture in-house or this thing, then it makes sense to exactly the way you have done in the system. So they are very clear that there will never be a make or buy decision. We call it as a make or buy decision always. Make is always produce in-house, buy is always procure outside. That's a common terminology used, make or buy. Now here in the procurement type, you can do a stock transfer. You can do a subcontracting. Right? So stock transfer from an alternate brand. So you directly don't procure it, either manufacture in-house or you don't procure outside. You are going to procure it from the other plant. That also is possible. Then consignment.
Yeah.
The consignment stock, I don't know if you are using or not. Consignment stock is basically a vendor comes and keeps a stock in your premises as it's a VMI, right? Vendor management. In a general world, it is called as VMI, vendor management.
Yes, I know we have VMI implemented, but not sure.
Whether at the planning itself you are planning. So see, this is right at the planning level itself, you are telling that this is a procurement type. If you want to do that, you can do that. Even without doing this at the material master, you can still do the VMI process also.
Okay.
That's not an issue. It is a planning level itself, because you don't do all these things at the planning level because the situation is so dynamic. Because then, when during the planning, within 2-3 days, the situation changes, and then you need to undo a lot of things. So rather, you do it after the MRP results come. But for example, the most common thing is you are always doing a stock transfer, because there are a lot of situations where they use something called as a mother plant, right? All the components comes to a mother plant. From the mother plant, it gets distributed to all the other plants. That's a very common process followed, just to reduce the transportation or getting the bulk buying ability. Multiple reasons they do it. In those cases, you basically put this special procurement type as most commonly used is stock transfer. So you can check it this particular field if you are using any special procurement this thing in your system. So since you have 5 plants, I'm assuming that there will be some. I think 40 is the stock transfer. I think 20 or 40. Yeah, 40.
Okay.
So if you want to put that condition, you can put the condition. These are the scheduling parameters. Now, without this, putting this, system will always assume that there is 0 lead time.
Okay.
Now, today requirement, I need a component today. See, there are 2 things, right? When is the component required, and when can the delivery happen? 2 different things. Just because you need this material on a particular date doesn't mean that you can get it, whether it is a vendor or whether it is in-house, you can't get it because you have other things going on. Right? So these fields play a very, very important role. One is in-house production, which means that if your procurement type is E, Okay, so procurement type is E. Then you have to say, to manufacture this product, I need 10 days. So, if, for example, the stock is 0 for this material, you run a MRP today, system will give a procurement proposal that the material can be ready on 14th only.
Okay.
Now, you beg, borrow, steal, whatever you need to do, ensure that you meet the customer delivery date.
Okay.
So, in-house production time is used the lead time required for production. If the stock is 0 today, how much time will it take for me to manufacture this?
Got it.
Similarly, planned delivery time is if the procurement type is F, system will look at this field for the lead time. Now, this is the actual lead time. Now, there are other 2 lead times also SAP gives. GR processing time. After you receive either from the production, now this is common for both E and F. After you receive the goods from the vendor, you are going to take some time to do the inspection, to clear the goods. Right? Now, if that is considerable amount, let's say moment a good is either manufactured in-house or delivered from the external, this GR processing time is the time it takes for that particular product SKU to be that can be made to put it in the unrestricted use stock and ready for use. Because lead time is the lead time required only for the manufacturing or for the vendor. Now, after it comes to your premises, you will need some time to process it till the time you make it available for production. Inspection, document verification, or whatever it is. If that is a very considerable time, then you put that. Let's say you take 2 days, which means that system will tell you now that if you order you put today, by the time it will be ready for to be used, it will be 10 plus 2, 12. So it will be available on 16th for you. That's the realistic time. SAP is saying that when you out of when it creates a purchase requisition or a planned order, it says that this material will be available on 16th. So how does the system determine when the material can be made available? Based on these lead times. So MRP one view, so if it, just to summarize for you, MRP one view determines how the planning should be done. What are the different strategies you want? How do you want the system to plan? Okay, that is what MRP one view does. MRP two is the actual execution part. Right? How much time does it take? If the stock is 0 on the day, how much time does it take for the material to be either manufactured or delivered by the vendor?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a component of SAP PP? Option A, material requirements, planning, MRP. Option B, capacity planning. Option C, production orders. Option D, financial accounting. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at production planning? Our SAP PP on ECC course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP PP on ECC. It's like a toolkit for planning production, from managing resources to scheduling tasks effectively. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's made by experts who know this stuff. Your teachers are pros who have years of experience. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super useful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This great chance to learn is very affordable. Ready to become an SAP PP on ECC expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So, scheduling margin key is basically for production used in the MRP planning. So, there are 3 different kinds of time. So, this I think is a better depiction.
Okay.
Scheduling this thing. So you have something called as an opening period. Then you have a float before production and float after production. Which what does it mean? Is that opening period is order from the order creation date to order release date. See, what is the process of a production order? You create a production order, you release a production order, right? So, and then you do a goods issue to a production order, and then you do actually the goods receipt. Now, from the time till the time the purchase the production order is not released, from the system perspective, the production has not started. If we release the production order, system assumes that the production activity in the shop floor has started. What we generally do is that whenever the production order is put into the shop floor and started, just creating production order creation doesn't mean that the production order work on the production order started. Only after you release it, that's more of a process thing. See, so this is called an opening period. From the order creation date to order release date. What is the time it takes? It takes, for example, 1 day, 2 days, or whatever it takes. Then you have the order. Then, when after the release date, when does the actual after production order starts, which is called the float before production. So you have a float. All these things are float before production. From the order creation date to release date to order, this thing is called a float before production. That it is time required from the time of creation of a production order till the time it actually order is started. Then you have the operation. Then this is routing. So then you have the actual production activity here, operation 10, 20, 30, 40. And then you have production finish date and float after production. What is it? After the production order is created, till the time it is actually received into the stock, what is the time that it takes? That is what is put into the scheduling margin key. So, go back to the system and look at the scheduling margin key. These are all like operation opening period 0-10, float after production, just 10 days you say, float after production 001, float before production 002, release period 005. So depending on your requirement, what time you take, each one of them you put a time. So you basically define all your production. So what happens is, what is the significance of this? So this means that just because the production order has started doesn't mean that the production order is finished, doesn't mean that the stock is available. The end result has to be that after the production order is done, the stock should be available for sale. Correct? That is what if you're talking about the finished product. So just because the production order is this thing, if you do not have any float, generally, if you do not have any lag time, then you just use 000, which is all 00. So, which means that moment a production order is created, it immediately basically work starts the shop floor, which means that there is no float before production. And then moment the production order is completed, immediately the stock is available. If that is the case, there's technically no floats. But in reality, there is going to be some delays. There will be some preparations for the production order release. For example, if the production order has a lot of materials, a very big bulk, before the actually production starts, all the staging of the components are done, so that all the components are got from different bins and kept at one place.
Okay.
So that takes time. So, and there might be there may be some setup time or whatever. So if you have that kind of a thing, then you define your scheduling margin keys as per your requirement and assign them.
Okay.
Okay, that is a schedule. This is purely used for production. Like whereas GR processing is something very similar to GR processing time. GR processing time is there both for production order and purchase order. Whereas scheduling margin key is the floats before and after production only for production orders.
Okay.
Okay, so then you have something called as a safety stock. I think that's a very common terminology. The safety stock is over and above what you require at any point of time. You have some safety stock that is for some emergencies, some exigencies, or whatever. So you define some safety stock. Let's say I define 20 as a safety stock for this material. Whenever the stock, if the requirement is 20, if the requirement of a purchase material is 10 and the stock is 0, then system is always going to plan for 120. Because what MRP does is it always tries to maintain the minimum safety stock.
Mm-hmm.
So that at any point of time you hit some deliveries didn't happen from the vendor or the production got delayed, just saying. So you have something in the stock so that the whole process is not going to stop. That is the purpose of the safety stock. But then safety stock is a very, very tricky topic. Billions of dollars are spent on that to arrive at the right safety stock, because if you see, it's a catch-22 situation. If safety stock is never used, then why do you need safety stock? If safety stock is being continuously dipped into, there is something wrong in your process of planning.
Correct.
Right? So it's a very, very tricky topic. There are a lot of softwares which tries, because the thing here is that in the ERP, this is very static, because your planning situation is very dynamic, whereas this is very static. The planning situation, demand keeps on changing in the real time, whereas the same. So what a lot of softwares have come, we dynamically determine the safety stock depending on the situation. Okay, but whereas in ERP, it is in any ERP, it is a static value. Unless, say, for example, somebody has to analyze out of the system. If, say, for example, if safety stock is never being dipped into for 6 months, then somebody has to come and reevaluate, either make it 0, make it 10, or whatever, because there's a financial impact of it, right? So if 20 is not being used for 1 year, which means that you are overstocked. There's a value attached to it. So all those complications come into picture. It's easy
and
to
the product and the material also gets old and
exactly. If it has a shelf life and all those things, it gets old.
Yeah.
So that's why it's a bit tricky. So you have to be careful when you use this, because if you whatever you put here, system during the planning, system always ensures that minimum safety stock is always there. Now here is what we are called. Remember, I had said made to stock and made to order. How are you going to tell the system whether this particular material is going to be made to stock or made to order? This is done by something called as strategy group.
Okay,
the strategy group, SAP gives you a lot of strategy groups. Under make to stock itself, if you suppose if I take make to stock, these are all the strategy groups, 10, 11, 20, 21, 25, all different strategies, planning strategies SAP gives you.
So here also, do we make Z? Oh, we do. Okay.
I don't know whether in your system, because this is very complicated configuration, generally we don't create any custom strategy groups, because the amount of impact it has on the planning is huge, and the configuration which has to be done is huge. And generally we don't create this is a training system, so maybe somebody has just trying it out. But you can check it in your system if they have created. But as a rule, generally, because whatever is given is more than sufficient. 20 is make to order. In between, as I said, there are multiple various types. So most commonly used are 10, 20, and 40.
10, 20, 40.
40. You can check in your system what are the strategies used. Because if you are using configuration, configurable materials, then it's a different ballgame. So where
in MARC?
MARC. I think it is STPRS. All MRP is in MARC. STRGR.
STRGR.
And next year, important thing is your availability check. Availability check is basically determines when the MRP is being run, how should the stocks be checked. There is a list of configuration. I mean, it's important to see that configuration for you. I'll quickly show that configuration. Without that, it is very difficult to explain.
So, for strategy group, I see 10, 30, 50, and 0. And some are blank, and also Z2.
Oh, that's a custom.
Yeah. So 0 is
There's no planning.
no, okay, no planning. And 10,
Make to
you
stop.
said we is mostly used.
Make
To stop. And then 30,
Production by lot size.
by lot size.
Yeah. And
50,
planning without final assembly. Remember what I explained. So you basically, with irrespective of the order, you go to the final assembly. Only after you get the order, then you do the final assembly. You stop at the last stage of the assembly. Like say, if you have 6 levels of assembly, you do for irrespective of the order, you do 5 levels of assembly. Only after you get the order, then you do the 6 final assembly.
And there are many with Z2. I am not sure what Z2 is, but there are many with Z2 also.
Z2 assembly with processor.
So Z2 is dependent requirement in make to stock consumption in our system. That is custom. Yeah.
Technically, that going by the description, 40 is the equivalent of that.
Okay.
Just going by the description. I don't know if they have changed something. So
it's make to stock consumption.
Yes.
That is for this 40?
Yes, 40. I'll tell you what that is. See, 10 also is made to stock, 40 also is made to stock.
Okay.
I'll tell
and
you
for dependent requirement?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll tell you what it means. But just going by the description, that's what it means. But they might have done some change. Otherwise, they would have created a customer. They would have used 40 itself.
Can you search again for availability check? You missed A earlier. Okay, it's here.
It's here.
Yeah. I also see it in basic functions. Yeah,
Same thing. It is both in sales and basic. It's the same thing.
Okay.
Checking groups. Okay, so here it is going to be different. I think carry out control for availability. So what it is that when the system is during the MRP, the first thing is whether the check has to be done for the daily requirements or individual requirements, which means that when you run the MRP, so at the end of the day, should it consolidate all the requirements per day and then plan? Or say, for example, there might be scenarios where people might be running 2 or 3 MRPs a day. I mean, in case they are running, then what happens? You do a individual requirement.
Okay.
Individual requirement, right? So now when they're doing it, what should the system consider? Which stock should it consider? Should it include the safety stock? Should it include the stock in transfer also as available? Should it include the quality inspection stock also as available stock? What are the different stock types it should consider as available? What are the different document types it should consider as expected goods receipts? Purchase order, open purchase, dependent requirement, reservation, sales requirement, including deliveries. So this particular rule, this is a big topic by itself. So availability check here 02 for you to understand at a high level is that what are the different stock the system should consider when you are running the MRP as available stock. And then as a default, unrestricted stock is always available as a default. So that is why you don't see the unrestricted use stock here. Now, do you want to include the quality inspection stock also as available stock? Which means that when you do that, for a particular material, you know that the rejection levels are very low, or for this thing, then you can include the qualities, because quality stock in the quality inspection is awaiting the inspection. You don't know whether it's going to get approved or not approved. It can get rejected also. Now, if you make it as available while MRP is running, it is, say, for example, there is 100 in unrestricted stock, then there is 50 in the quality inspection, then system will assume there is 150 in stock. So all these parameters are basically set up behind this each key. 0 to. Okay, so depending on, again, this is the job of it is because this also involves SD. So generally, this is one of the big integrations between SD and PP, wherein how does the transfer of requirement happen? And this strategy group defines how does the transfer of requirement happens from sales, and when you create a sales order, the information has to go to production planning, right? So this strategy group also does that. So if you see 00, you are saying it is very clearly saying that there is no requirement transfer. Neither there is planning, nor there is what does the requirement transfer means. When a sales order is created for this material, the requirement has to be transferred to the production. So there is something called the transfer of requirement. So these two are the most important fields from the SD and PP integration perspective. When you create a sales order, ATP check, what is that? Available to, what is the quantity which is available to be promised to the customer? That is called ATP, available to promise.
Okay.
And these two fields basically play a very important role. Okay, then one thing they are not explained is the total replenishment lead time. Now, imagine you have like a 10 level of BOM, but what should happen when you know the BOM, right? Bill of materials, we'll cover it. So we'll have multiple.
Yes.
You will have multiple materials on it, multiple levels on it. So each one will have its own lead time to procure. Correct? So there are 20 materials, which means that each material will have its own lead time. Now you can add the lead time for each material. When the MRP runs, it is going to basically look at all the this thing and do that. Or if you do not want that, you simply say my total replenishment lead time is 30 days, which means that
lead time will be extra days.
No. This is it. When you, in MRP 2, if you do here, what did we see? We said that, say for example, this is a component 1, right? Under a finished good, it's a component 1. Let's say we have a planned delivery time of 5 days. Now you have component 2 that has a lead time of 3 days. Now similarly, each component under the finished goods has a certain amount of lead time. Now, for the system to find out how much time does it take to manufacture, it has to add up all the lead times of all the components, right? For the finished product to be manufactured, it has to add up the lead time of all the components, correct?
Okay, for all the components, a total time that it will take for production?
Correct.
Okay.
For the finished goods to be manufactured, she should add up all the time for the components and then say the finished goods is going to take 25 days or 30 days.
If it's an assembly, if the material is an assembly, it will have multiple components. But if it's a component, then it will be total time for the production of that component, right?
Exactly. So all those comes into picture. Now, if you do not want to do that, because more often than not, we will not have the data also for that. So instead of that, if you want to say, forget all those things, I will say, irrespective of what this thing, I will say the total replenishment lead time is 30 days. So I don't enter the lead time for the individual component. I don't enter the lead time of any components. For me to manufacture this finished good, what we are talking about is a finished good, right? So to manufacture this finished good, I will take 30 days.
Okay.
If you do not want to enter the lead time of the assembly, lead time of the components and all those things, and you say that overall, your total replenishment lead time is so much. I know that I can manufacture this in 30 days. Okay. Remember, this is the finished product. So either you give the lead time for individual component and assembly in the material master, while doing the MRP system rolls up all those things and arrives at, it takes 30 days, 45 days to manufacture this finished product. Or you don't enter anything there and simply put the total replenishment time.
Okay.
So that what you are telling the system is we're going to take 30 days to manufacture this. Don't worry about the components and all those things. We know if we can have that in place.
Okay.
So two options SAP. This is the most commonly used because, see, remember in a complicated BOM, during the data, while the data entry, you don't know what is multiple vendors are supplying. Each vendor is going to take their own time. So you might not be in a position to put the date for every individual component. What is the lead time, correct? Assembly you can do because you are manufacturing it in-house, so you know how much time it takes.
Okay.
But here, so this is more commonly used, this thing is a total replacement lead time. Not much here. So two important things are, here you have something called as a discontinuation indicator.
Okay.
All right.
When we are stopping the...
Correct.
Okay.
And you can give effective date and what is the follow-up material also. When you run the MRP, it will check and it will discard it. Production versions.
So follow-up material will be the replacement part?
Correct.
Okay. It can be blank also if we are not going to use at all.
Either you leave it blank, completely blank, or if you enter a discontinuation indicator, some value here. Right now, if you leave it blank, it is saying that single parallel discontinued part material, dependent parallel discontinued material, is that you are going to use it parallelly for some time. And you stop something you are not going to stop the use of a particular material and start using this thing. Now, if you're leaving it blank, which means that you're not using this functionality.
Okay.
Blank means you are not interested in using this functionality. That will take care of it manually or changing it in the BOM or whatever. These are all heavy material master maintenance items.
Yeah.
It's a good thing, right? But somebody has to really monitor it. That's one of the reasons why people don't use this. High maintenance. Then you have this MRP dependent requirement, or first we'll go to component scrap. There we saw the assembly scrap. Here we are seeing the component scrap. So there are two kinds of scraps, right? While the component is being used, component by itself gets scrapped, or component when being used in the assembly, it is getting scrapped. Right? When I say component, yeah.
So if this material master is for an assembly, then the component scrap will refer to what?
No, you don't enter anything. Leave it blank.
Okay.
Then this thing you have the assembly scrap I showed you.
Yeah.
You enter that. So you don't enter. It's not that it's mandatory. It's just option. So depending on the
type if it's depending on the type of material, if it is component, we maintain it here. Otherwise, in the MRP one view.
Correct.
Okay.
The MRP dependent requirements is basically saying that irrespective of the higher level requirement, keep planning this material, or you always plan with respect to materials for dependent requirement are planned, which means that if it is a component, for example, this is a finished good. Suppose if this is a component, obviously it will have a finished good above that, as an assembly or a finished good. So if you leave it blank, materials for dependent requirements are planned, which means that if there is a finished product and there is a requirement for finished product, if this is a component, then to the extent of BOM quantity, you plan the material. You're telling the system to, if you use one, which is, I don't know why this will be used, materials for different requirements are not planned. I don't know, unless you're using some phantom assembly or something, you do that. So that is, generally we leave it blank, because when there's a requirement for the finished product, obviously you need to plan for the dependent items. Anyways.
So what are the phantom assemblies? I hear this term a lot, phantom and chassis.
Phantom assembly is something in a BOM, is a placeholder.
Sorry?
Is a placeholder.
Placeholder.
That material by it, because what happens when you want to create a BOM, right? You have to have one header material at line items, correct? When you have to create a bill of material, you need to have a header item at a line item.
Yes.
Right? So now there are going to be situations wherein you do not have a header material, or you do not want to stop the header material. You do not want to plan this thing, but still under that you want to plan. So what you do is you call it as phantom. So when you call it as phantom in the bill of materials, system is not going to plan for the phantom, the header level. It's going to plan only for the components.
Components. Okay.
It's just a placeholder.
Okay. Got it.
It's a placeholder.
So chassis is the same. Chassis.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you don't want to keep that into stock or whatever. Then you basically, because that's simply a name. Chassis is simply a name.
Okay.
Correct? So you don't, you're not, if you do not, I'm just taking an example. So if you do not want to stock it, then you make it as a phantom. But under that, your 10 component system will not plan for the chassis, but will plan for the 10 different items.
Okay.
It's just a placeholder.
All right.
Okay. And then you have this selection. When how should the BOM be selected when the bill of material is created? See, bill of material. See, BOM you can basically create in multiple things based on, say, for example, based on the quantity, order quantity, selection by explosion date, selection by production version, selection only by production. So now, when you create a BOM, you can basically, the first thing what you give is the validity period, right? So now, when the system runs the MRP for the requirement date, find the BOM which is in that. You can have multiple versions of BOM, right? So if you have multiple versions of BOM, find the BOM which is within the validity of the requirement date. That is what is selection by explosion date.
Okay.
Selection by production version. I'll come to that later. Production version is a different topic. I'll explain it in detail. But to understand production version, we have to understand the BOM and the routings. Right?
Okay.
So generally, we leave it blank. Then individual and collective indicator. So here you say basically, for each one of them, individual requirements, you calculate. For each order, you calculate individually and give a separate purchase requisition. Or you basically say, collect all the requirements for a particular MRP and you give the total requirements. So whether you want to get that individual or collective, the most commonly used is 2. Because if 10 times a sale order came, correct, in a day. Now, if you use 1, then what happens is, and when you run the MRP, system is going to generate 10 plans. Okay. Whereas, if you use 2, it is going to club all the sales orders and come up with 1 plan. So these are the key fields in the MRP views. A lot of control functions out here. And PP, and this is something, this particular views in the PP requires, especially during the implementation, requires a lot of understanding of the present requirement, because this can basically get into a overstock situation or understock situation if you don't do it correctly.
Yeah. Okay. If we click on these average planned stock button and material memo button, where does it take? What are these for?
This simply shows the average stock, what is being. No average stock has been maintained for long. This is for long-term planning. Long-term planning is, I think, is almost
forecast.
Long-term planning is almost discontinued. Long-term planning is a simulative planning of MRP. It's as good as running a MRP, but it is not going to create any proposals.
So it is not for forecasting?
No.
Long-term?
No. Long-term planning name is misleading. But that's what it is.
Okay, it's not used anymore?
Very few, because there are a lot more better advanced tools for simulation. It's just a simulation.
Okay.
It is like running MRP, doing everything like MRP, but it is not going to create any procurement proposals. So before running the MRP, if you want to see, that was the purpose. But now, basically, if you see what-if scenarios.
Okay.
Right?
And the material memo?
It's just a memo. Right.
So the text field. Okay. Text. Yeah.
Somebody wants to pass a message. So what MRP, as I said, MRP 1, MRP 2, MRP 3, MRP 4, basically is this thing, completely related to planning. Work scheduling view is related to the execution part of production planning. When I say execution, from the time the production order is created till the time the goods come into the final goods come into the stock, that is the execution.
So we see a tab for that also, work scheduling?
Yes, because they are not maintained for this material. So that's why you are not seeing. The key fields which are being used are, one is a production supervisor. Production supervisor is by definition the person or a supervisor who is responsible for the production of this material. MRP controller is the person who is responsible for planning that material. Whereas production supervisor is the person who is responsible for the production of this particular material at the shop floor. Then you have this production storage location. What it means that if you default a particular location, what this means is anytime you are doing a goods receipt or a goods issue, system will default this particular storage location.
Okay. I don't remember any time that I used work scheduling tab.
Can you check?
I haven't.
If you look at your effort, if you look at filter your materials by FERT, and all the FERTs, whatever is
FERT materials,
whatever you're manufacturing now should have the versatility. Without that, you cannot do a production order.
And the material type will be in Mara, right?
Mara.
FERT is finished product.
Correct.
And so for FERT, what do I have to check?
Just that you are asking something, right?
For work scheduling.
Whether the work scheduling view is maintained.
Okay.
You need to find out the letter for work scheduling view. What is it? Each view has some letter, right? A, B, and all those things.
So this is strange. I do not see any FERT materials in Mara table.
Or maybe you use a custom one.
Okay. Let me check if we have anything with Z. We have many Z, but I don't see description for okay. FG. FG will be for finished goods, right? 100. Yes, we have that.
See, I'll tell you 1 minute. So 570. What is the nomenclature for?
Okay, we have very few materials for FG.
Okay.
Just 147.
Interesting. So manufacturing activity doesn't happen much.
What doesn't happen?
Manufacturing activity.
No, it happens. Okay. So we have FG. So for Z also we have many like Z doc, that is document BOM, miscellaneous import MPN, miscellaneous import PPN. Then LTP. LTP is long-term planning BOM material.
Okay.
Then miscellaneous material HNS. Then model numbers, reconditioned finished good, reconditioned HALB, HALB, reconditioned raw, and used materials.
So what I'm trying to find out is what is the each view has this letter, right, assigned to it. So we need to each view has. So we need to find out what which one, because this particular material has all the views maintained.
Okay. VPSTA, that field will be in Mara only.
Yeah, Mara only. But only thing is I need to find out how is work scheduling be represented. What letter is used for that. Somewhere in the configuration it is there. Here.
So HERS material is not. Is it standard HERS material?
HERS is standard, yes. HRS.
And also, okay, we have lot of HERS and the Z's also.
What is HERS? Description of that HERS? Manufacturer parts, yeah. Okay. Manufacturer parts, yeah, that's standard.
HERS, FG, PROD, ZMOD, HELP, DIN, DIN, ZRFG,
DIN is service.
Okay. then ZRFG, ZRHA, TRDG, then
Really?
again then ZRRW, ZDoc, ZLTP, Z miscellaneous, VERP, VERP,
VERP is packaging.
packaging. Okay, then ZUM. These are the 16 types that are maintained.
So we'll have to really understand that what is the reason behind each one of them. Here it is. Right. So these are the nomenclature for each one of them. So what scheduling is, where is what scheduling?
It's there, 16.
16 is A.
A. So A class.
Don't go by the material type, just filter it by A.
For VRSTA?
No, don't take out the material type. And in Mara, only filter by VT, VSTAT and A value. So that you will know.
Which field is that again? VT, VS.
One better. What is the field name?
VTSTA.
VPSTA. VPSTA.
No, I don't see that. Okay, I see it. Okay. VPSTA. So filter it for A, right?
Yeah.
Or A star something. Just A is fine?
Just A is fine. That will show the work scheduling. How many materials have work scheduling be maintained?
No, then I don't see anything because it should be star A or because it's a whole string, right?
Try PSTAT.
I am trying to look for star A star now to see. VPSTA is a string, correct? So then we'll miss. I see KC. Now when I search for A star, then I see a lot.
Okay. Fine.
But it's like KCD, EB, GVLSA.
So which means that those are the materials which have your work schedule.
Okay.
Right? So those are the materials for which the production activity is happening.
Okay.
That is what it says. So irrespective, so which means that it's not only for the FG your production activity is happening, even for the other the production activities.
Some materials are like pretty old. I don't think for those materials the production will be on even now. Some are like materials that we don't even use material names anymore.
But then they would have created it
in the past.
Yes, they would have created it. Once it is created, you cannot undo it.
Okay.
Because views is something in SAP. Once you create it, it's done. You cannot undo it.
Okay, so maybe in the past they were maintained, but I'll open one of these new material type and see for work scheduling tab. Okay, yes. Yes, I see work scheduling tab, and
it has to
there is and some details maintained in it.
So then the production scheduler, then you have this thing. The other important field is the plant status material, wherein if you want to temporarily block a material for some reason, you can block it. Now, when you say inspection stock, if you have activated quality management for production, when you receive the goods, it always has to go to the inspection stock. You can basically put it here. And then you have this lot size dependent parameters. Again, this is the time. Say, for example, how do you basically, for let's say, if for 1,000 base quantity, if you can basically say a very generic time that in-house production time for this finished product is 10 days, or you can go by the base quantity, right? So as the quantity increases, generally the time decreases, correct? Because first time when you're starting, there's a setup time and all those things that might take some time. But once you are continuing, you don't have the setup time and the processing time if you want to use it. From the time perspective, this is basically again, how long does it take for the production of this material? You can simply stay at in-house production time, or you can go by lot size dependent, saying that for a lot of 1,000, it takes so much.
Okay.
If you want to do that. Or you can simply go by the in-house production. Production unit is basically, as I said, that base unit of measure is always pieces, correct, or numbers. Now, if you are manufacturing this thing in a different unit of measure, suppose the manufacturing activity, when you do it, I don't know, from the production perspective, it's not applicable, but let's say instead of pieces, you come up with, at the end of the production, you come up with a box. Right? You manage in pieces, but you basically, when the production happens, you pack it in a box and basically send it. Say, for example, I put it into a carton. Then system will ask you, one carton, how many pieces can it hold? Let's say 100 pieces. In case your base unit of measure and the production unit of measure is different, generally this doesn't happen in production, but this is very, very relevant in purchasing.
Okay.
Because you basically are going to manage this thing, but say, for example, take a typical example of a bearing. Now the vendor is going to basically say that he's going to supply a box of 24, set of 24, whereas we are going to manufacture as individual, each bearing as one. So in that case, we say each box contains 24, so system manages it across the system. So the same is available in production. However, generally in production, we don't use it much, but in procurement, it is used very well. Production supervisor. Do you use serial numbers?
Yes.
Okay. So here you basically say whether, I think it is not here. I think it's in the, where is it? Serial number? Why not I see the serial number here? That's correct. Serial number profile. So here you basically give the serial number profile. How should the serial number be generated? Whether it should be generated automatically, whether it should be generated manually given. So all those parameters are basically set up in the configuration. So for the system to be relevant for serial numbers, the serial number profile has to be activated.
Okay.
If a serial number profile is activated, then when at the time of goods receipt or this, the first time when you receive the goods, system is going to ask you for the serial number, and across the system, across its life cycle, it will manage it with the serial number, with the history and all those things. So for that to work, the serial number profile is available in the storage location view. The same serial number profile can be done at sales view. Because if some organization is doing a trading and they don't have manufacturing, then that serial number profile is activated in the sales.
Okay.
The sales serial number is activated here. Whether batch management is active. Again, this is in purchasing and this is again in production. Serial number and batch management. So these are the basic flags we need to do for those functionalities to be triggered. If the serial number has to be triggered, the serial number profile has to be done. If batch management has to be triggered, then batch management has to be activated. Then is the tolerance data. Tolerance data is if there's something called as under delivery tolerance and over delivery tolerance. What does this mean? Is that if you create a production order of 100, then especially in the process industries and chemical industries, let's say you create a production order for like 100 liters of some chemical this thing. So obviously, your output will not be exactly 100 liters because especially in process industries where it happens in the process, that you might end up with 105 or you might end up with 95. Correct? So if you end up with 105, system will never allow you to make a good receipt of 105 because production order is for 100.
Okay.
Right? Now, if the output is 95 liters and you know that 5 liters is not going to come because production order got closed. But from system perspective, that production order will be open. In those situations, you allocate a under delivery and a over delivery tolerance. So how does that work? If you basically give an under delivery tolerance of 5%, if the production order is 100, right? And if you first shot itself, you receive 96, then system is going to close the production order.
Okay.
Okay, because it knows that no further the receipts are expected. Similarly, if you do over delivery tolerance of 5, which first shot you make 102, system is going to, it will allow first thing, it is going to allow a goods receipt above 100. Okay. Then the next part is, if you make a first shot itself, you make a goods receipt of 102, then it is going to close the production order. It is not going to allow you to go till 105.
Okay.
Okay. Whatever over delivery you do above 100 for the first time, it will close it.
Okay.
So in those scenarios, you use the under delivery and the over delivery targets.
Okay.
Okay. So then you have unlimited. Obviously, we don't use it, which means that there is no limit. Even if it is 100, then you will. Even if you receive 100,000, it will accept. Obviously, you will never use this. Wherein you say unlimited, then there is no limit. So if the option is given, but it's generally not used. Now, basic material master is done. So, look at is MRP1, MRP2, MRP3, MRP4, part of the planning, data with respect to planning, and work scheduling, data with respect to execution.
Okay.
Right, so we have just completed the material master setup for the production activity to happen. Now we'll move to the bill of materials. Bill of materials, as the name indicates, is simply the list of components which are required to manufacture a particular finished good, assembly, or a semi-finished good. Now, there are two types of BOMs. One is a flat BOM, another is multi-level BOM. Flat BOM is that it has no second level. There's only one level of BOM. So you have a header material here. Under that, all the other assemblies or sub-assemblies are listed here. That is called a flat BOM. Whereas, if you see this indicator here as A, what you see here, which means that each one of them have an assembly behind it. That is a multi-level BOM. So flat BOM and multi-level BOMs are the two levels of BOMs. Generally, it is used in the bill of material, and it is simply the list of components which are required to manufacture a particular finished product or a semi-finished product or an assembly. Okay. SAP allows you alternative BOMs. You can have any number of, I think I go up to 99 alternative BOMs for different scenarios. Say for one, it may be bigger lot size or any other reason, you can basically use the alternate BOM based on lot size, value. It's a different production method. So each for one material, you can have multiple versions of BOM. SAP calls it as alternative. Same material number, you can have alternative BOMs, which are nothing but the multiple versions of a BOM.
Okay.
That is purely from the planning perspective. So from the costing perspective, BOM is used to find out the standard cost of a particular finished product. Because to arrive at the standard cost, one of the parameter is all the cost of the input materials. Right? So arrive at the standard cost, what do you require? You need the basic material cost, manufacturing cost, what are the manufacturing costs, and then what are the overheads. Right? The three components put together will determine what is the standard cost of a material. I am talking, see now in PP when I am talking purely about finished product. Okay, which is assembled or manufactured. So we are not talking about any raw materials. As we go to the bill of material, we look at right now, a BOM is created for a material which is manufactured and which has multiple components. So BOM is also used to determine the standard cost. So the controlling team is going to take the bill of material, and then there are programs where it is going to roll up all the costs of the components and basically come up and suggest this is the actual cost of the materials only. Then you have the other costs like overheads and manufacturing costs. So BOM is also used in costing. So BOM also can be used, is also used in bill of materials or equipment BOM for a particular equipment also in plant maintenance module. So that it's also used in PM module to determine the equipment also if there's a BOM. These are some of the high level features of a BOM. What we'll have to do is to create a BOM, we need some materials. Right? So what we will do is we will take this material. I will not spend too much of time on creating the materials. /n SC60. MAST is the header table for BOM. CS01 is to create, CS02 is to change. Let's quickly look at this before then what I'll do is I'll come to the problem. So what we'll do is we will just copy this again. So we'll copy 100 and 100 and create one new material, replica of this. Since it is a standard material, I'm assuming all the MRP views and everything will be entered. So let's see what SAP has done. So PD is the MRP type, what we discussed. EX lot to lot. Then procurement type, you said X, we'll change it to E. In-house production type, they say because they had put X, they had used both the in-house and the planned delivery type. So I'm going to take out this. Scheduling margins T of 001. Take this out. Don't need this. Planning, general planning strategy, we'll change it to 40 because we'll use this material for everything. It is made to stock to individual work scheduling view. We don't need the production version for right now. Generally, work scheduling view is like purchasing view, except this, we don't generally enter anything much. Production supervisor, because that's a very good reporting field, production supervisor. So we did 200 by 200. So what we'll do is, we will now create a BOM, CS01. Right? 200 by 300. So
yeah.
Plant is 3000. So you create a bill of material for a particular plant. The same material can have a different bill of 200-200 can have a different BOM in a plant, different plant also. Right? So the BOM what we are creating is basically here. BOM, you say, for what are you creating it? Are you creating it for production? Only if it is created for production, it will be available for production activity. If you mark it as engineering and design, this cannot be adopted in the production order.
Okay.
Okay. Universal, if you say it's available for everything.
Okay.
So depending on what you say, for example, costing can have,
What's the most common that we use here?
Production.
Production.
Yes.
Okay.
Unless if engineering design,
it's when in the manufacturing team.
No, it's the engineering team. If the engineering team is creating the bill of materials in SAP, then you use it because that is still work in progress, right? So they are trying to figure out the right thing. So you don't want the production to use it. Right? In case the engineering team is creating a bill of material while they are developing a product, then they use this. So plant maintenance, sales and distribution. Sales and distribution also we use a BOM marketing. So depending on the application for production activity, you always use BOM. This is pretty, now here is item category is important. What are the different item categories you have? You have a document item, which is just a document, PM structure, class item, where classification, stock item is the most common thing used. Then you have the phantom material. Then non-stock item, variable size, the text item. So the most commonly used, say for example, if you want to use, if you want to put a drawing also into your this thing, if you want to put non-stock also, because moment it is non-stock, system cannot plan it, correct? Because there is no stock. So the system doesn't know what is the stock for it to plan. So just for your information sake, you would like to use it, you can put everything into stock, but then the bomb becomes very big. So most commonly used is the stock. What we do is we will copy the stock. We will not spend time on creating it. Okay, here is the component number and how much is required for to manufacture this 200-200, right? How much of each one of them are required? That's what we are saying. So this is the header. We call this as the header, right above the bar. Did I change the description? I did, right? 100-100, it says casing, but when I do here, it is saying green paint.
That is 200-200.
No, but I copied it from 100-100.
Okay.
What changed? Why did it? I didn't change
Okay.
Sorry, 1 minute. Because it was paint, I got confused. Then it should have been some liters or something. Then if I see here, it is showing as copper, spiral casing, flat gasket.
Yes.
That was, let's see, why did that happen? And base unit of measure is kg. Did I copy the log? Oh, let's see, 100-100. Maybe I copied the log. Maybe I copied the log.
Oh.
Okay, let's quickly 100-100.
Can you clear it off and then click spacebar? No, just spacebar. Yeah, 100-100 in your search list.
Let me check now. Now it is coming casing.
Is it different?
Oh, I know what has happened.
Different.
No, what has happened is
Company code or
no. It looks like 200-200 is already available.
Okay.
So when they created the view, whatever view was not created, it created it.
Okay.
Oh, that's what happened. So because the moment they left it blank, no, like 67. Now you can see. Now you can
Understood.
See. So looks like whatever view was not maintained, it maintained.
Right.
So quantity, each one of them, this is one of this component is required, one of this component is required, and 8 of this component is required.
Yeah.
That's what we are saying. Basic bill of materials is, so this is a straight flat form. There are no further components basically under this particular material. Now, suppose I would say that for spiral casing, there are this is a sub-assembly by itself. It has another 5 components. Then what we do is we create a bomb for 100-110. So if I go to then what I do is I save this first. And then I go to CS01 and I create a bomb for 100-110. Because what I'm saying is 100-110 by itself has a assembly. Now only thing is we need to figure out something. The best thing is let's go to MAST and pick up. Even this doesn't transfer. SAP has never created a multi-level standard SAP. I'm just trying to reduce my time in creating the materials. Okay, that's okay. So we'll select some random materials.
Okay.
/CS01. So we'll go by plant. Try to figure out the closest one we can. Bearing is one generally. So now if I save this, I created a bomb for 100-110. Now if I go back to the main one, which is 70, CS02. Now we will, 70, right? /CS02. 70 was our original one. You see a tick mark as awesome. This indicates that there is one more level of bomb behind this. And double click on this and continue. And this is how during the MRP also SAP, this is called the bomb multi-level bomb explosion.
Okay.
So the most common report which is used, I don't know if you used CS11, I think.
Yes.
CS11. So
CS11.
And two more. I think there are 2 or 3 more multi-level.
Yes, CS15.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it will basically come back and show level by level bombs.
Yeah.
Right? This is the multi-level bomb. Now, the next thing is going to be your alternative bomb. What is this alternative bomb? Now, if I go and create a bomb, try to create a bomb for this 70 again, what does the system do? System creates an alternative bomb. It gives a number. Now, if I hit enter, see, the first one you create, SAP default allocates alternative one. There is no 0, right? 1 is the first alternative. Then its system says alternative 2 bomb added. Now you can enter your own. Let's enter some materials here. 17. It can be the same. Let's say go by material by plan, material by description. It cannot be drastically different. There may be some material there, not there. And say, for example, you are doing a particular thing for a important for a foreign market and a local market. Say for a foreign market, there is a separate set of things which has to be here, correct? Which has to be there for that. So those are some of the cases where you use an alternative bomb. So the material number is the same. However, when you are manufacturing it, for a different set of market, you have a different set of requirements. The most common reason why an alternative bomb is used. Now, if I come and look at CS02, the first screen, you will see this. You won't see the bomb. It is going to ask you, which one do you want to see? There's alternative 1, there's alternative 2.
Yeah.
Okay. So double click on this alternative 1, it will take you here to the bomb.
Okay.
And you double click on the 2, then it basically goes here.
Got it.
So this is our alternative bomb works. Now, there's a few other features at the detail level. Say, for example, if I double click on this, it takes to some this thing. So even at the bomb level, you can give the operations. Here, you are giving the operations tab. Even at this particular, say for example, the same material might have, see, the material master, you gave a scrap in terms of assembly or component. But then what happens is that becomes applicable for the, irrespective of where that material is used, that scrap becomes common. Whereas if you give this at the bill of material level, which means that the component scrap for this particular material is applicable only for this bill of material. Then all those scraps, whether co-product, I don't know whether you use. So co-product is basically, specifically in chemical industry, what happens is co-product and byproduct is that while you do a finished product, while you do the manufacturing, there's one more new component which comes as part of the output. Chemical, you do mix two chemicals, and you are expecting one final product, but whereas with that some other thing also comes out. If those kind of things are there, then you say it's a co-product. Okay, if there's a phantom material, special equipment, a few details are there, then you can give long text in terms of if you want to write some details in terms of description as to whatever this is. This is basically, you can write all the text. These are some of the basic features of a bill of material. So it's basically two types of BOM, flat BOM and multi-level BOM. Flat BOM is basically the single level BOM. There are no multi-level BOMs. And you can have an alternative BOMs in terms of how many ever alternatives you can have. Depending, one of the alternatives is basically, if you see, based on the lot size also. Say, for example, I create one more, alternative 3 is added. Somewhere there is a lot size where you can put, based on the lot size, you can have it different. If the lot size of manufacturing is 1,000, then one BOM is applicable. If a lot size of the production order is like, say 10,000 above, a different BOM can be made applicable. That's also one of the reasons why the alternative is created.
Hey there! Want to get good at production planning? Our SAP PP on ECC course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP PP on ECC. It's like a toolkit for planning production, from managing resources to scheduling tasks effectively. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's made by experts who know this stuff. Your teachers are pros who have years of experience. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super useful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This great chance to learn is very affordable. Ready to become an SAP PP on ECC expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So what we have covered so far, we basically created a material master by giving the relevant data for planning in MRP1, MRP2, and MRP3 and MRP4. Then we created the work scheduling view, wherein we gave the parameters for the production control, for the order management. Shop floor control. Yeah. As I said, PP is divided into planning and shop floor control. So MRP 1 to 4 is taking care of the data relevant to planning. Work scheduling view will take care of the shop floor control of the order. And then the next master data, what we call bill of material. So what we have, if you just relate it to a business, we have one end product, which we are, let's say, one end product which we are selling, which we created a material master. That's a finished product. And that finished product we created a bill of material, which means that all the components which are required to manufacture this particular finished product. Correct? That's what we have done so far. If you relate the data to the actual business. Now what we are going to do is, where do we manufacture it? Right? So once we know that this material has to be sold, we know that this material has to be planned, we know that this material has to be manufactured. Now to manufacture, where will we manufacture? How will we manufacture? Next to master data, what we are going to talk about is a work center and the routing. So let's start with the work center. Work center, purely by definition, as the name indicates, a place where the work happens. It can be a machine, it can be a labor, or it can be any kind of activity which is enabling the work to happen, a place where the work is happening.
Okay.
Right? That is a definition of a work center, not a very generic term. This is kind of SAP specific term. Nobody calls it as a work center other than SAP. So people call it as a machine or equipment or labor or something like that. But SAP calls it as a work center. Now, what are the three things which happens at the work center? You do the scheduling part. Like what are the different times, what are the different activities that happen. And then you do the production costing, which means that to run a machine, to run a set of labor, to do how much does it cost you? Say, for example, to run a machine, it might cost you $10 an hour, $15 an hour, but then a lot of other parameters get to it. So the production costing also is calculated for a work center. And then capacity is also different. So what will be the capacity of a work center? How many hours will it run? How many resources will it be working on a work center? All those capacity are also. These are the three things which are defined for a work center in SAP. This is the next important master data in SAP. Let's get on to the system. The transaction code is CR01. So a work center is created for a particular work center. Like a material master, the same work center can be there in different plants, but a work center is always related to a plant. The reason is that if you go to a factory premises, a machine is always linked to a plant. This machine is there in this plant, right? So the one same machine cannot be at two different places. Even though it is the same machine or some number or something will be changed. So that's the reason why work center is related to a plant. Now we can leave it blank. I don't know whether let's see, it can be external number or internal number. I think if I leave it blank, it won't. Okay, so let's give. Then you basically tell what is category of a work center. So what are the different categories of the work center? It's a machine, group of machines, labor group, and is a work center for plant maintenance, work center or production line, zone, station. I mean, these are all defined by somebody. So depending on what it is, the two important things, main common things are machine, labor, machine group, or labor. Say, for example, when does a group come into picture? Is that, say, for example, you have 10. You're familiar with a lathe machine, right? So you have a same milling machine, let's say drilling machine. Let's say you have a drilling machine. You have 10 drilling machine of the same specification, of the same family, or same characteristic. Now you can either create all those 10 as one and as a machine group if you want to do, or you can create each drilling machine as a machine. Okay, so it's up to you how you decide in terms of requirements. Then labor again, you can define whether this particular work center is a labor. Labor is one person, or labor group is a group of people. Right, so you have to first categorize what is this work center. As I said, the two important categories most commonly used categories are whether it is a machine or whether it is a labor. You need to give one of the categories. Let's start with that. Most common is the machine. Okay. So now you can give a person responsible. Who is a responsible person? I mean, which means that a person who is responsible to manage or produce this, manage this particular machine. So you can define this in a configuration. This is just a name. So if you want to assign. Then if you want to put in the category, I mean, you can define various locations, the physical location where it is located in your factory in a production area. So you can define if you want to, you can even put that location out here. In case that kind of a marking is available there in your physically in your premises.
Does it?
Yeah.
So location, does it also bring changes into pricing valuation? Like here it is for storage and for production and one for damage. So does it also is it also considered for valuation later?
No, nothing at all. No? This valuation always happens at the plant level.
Okay.
So this is simply, that's how they have named it. You can basically damage material area. Because this is something, so you are basically, this particular machine, let's say, is used to rework the materials which are damaged. Okay. So it's a generic definition. So this is just a physical location. In case within your premises you have different areas name, then you can do it. Not mandatory again. If you want, you can do it, or you can leave it back. Then comes the usage. What is it used for? Whether it is used for routings, or when I come to routings, that's the next step I'll do. So what is it used for? What kind of activity this work, which means that whether this can be used in production orders or it should not be used in production orders. That's what basically it means. When you say routing, because when you create a production order, what does the system do? It copies the bill of material, it copies the work center, it copies the routing. So which means that by definition, what this means is whether this particular work center can be used in production activities. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you say, for example, if you 0009, it is used everywhere. If you say 000, which means that it is out there, but it cannot be used.
Okay.
Okay. So we generally
is it standard?
Which one? Yeah, this is standard.
But we can also have custom.
You have your own
okay.
usage. Depending on the.
So 0 to 10 are standard?
I think so. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Even this is for process industries. P11, P12, PP1, and PP2. All are standard.
Okay.
Nobody has. No.
Okay.
Right from 10, 010 till PP2.
Mm-hmm.
These are all for process industries. So all these are standard.
Okay.
Maybe you can check in your system to see if they have any created any list. But up to PP2 it is standard.
Okay.
Now the next important thing is the setup, the standard value key. Okay. Now what is this standard value key? It is whenever you basically start a manufacturing activity, there are three important times which are actually consumed, correct? One is before you start the machine, setup time. So there will be some preparations before you actually, let's go with a drilling machine, right? So before you start drilling a hole, you need to put in a jig or a fixture or something. Before you actually start the work, you need to do some preparation. That is called as a setup time in production, which means that you are not starting overall production time, say for example, to drill 100 holes, you are taking half an hour. But in reality, on the machine, you are working only for 10 minutes. Rest 20 minutes, you are preparing it. Like a surgery, right? So you go to a surgery room, they prepare you for 2 hours and they do a surgery on you for half an hour. Right? So similarly, setup time is the time which is required for the actual production to start. Machine time. Machine time is the actual time the machine is working. The manufacturing process is happening. Actual time, the worker or the person, the drilling machine operator is actually drilling using the machine to drill a hole. And labor time is, if it is a completely a labor job, then the labor time required for manufacturing. Let's say if it is an assembly. So in an assembly, it's completely labor. I mean, now it is all automated, but before the automation happened, so obviously a set of people used to do the assembly. Right? So that is the labor. And you can have your all other, any other time you want to capture. So when you are doing a production activity, if you are basically saying that either I can say that I am going to take 1 hour to manufacture this product, then you are not going at the individual standard, which means that you do not want to check. Now, if you want to basically check, then you should say should be entered. But I don't know what the differences between should be entered or must be entered. So it is a warning. I don't know if somebody has created it. So must be entered is that What does it mean that when you are creating a routing or when you are doing the confirmation of a production order, we are saying that you cannot simply say I took 1 hour to manufacture the goods, which out of 1 hour I spent 10 minutes for setup and 40 minutes for or then 50 minutes for the machine. And if I'm using a labor, then I spend uh, 30 minutes to 20 minutes to set it up and 40 minutes to labor or whatever is the requirement. So if we are going to make it mandatory here, which means that when we create the routing, we need to enter. So when I go to the routing, I'll show you. So basically, you have to remember that the standard value is a very, very important field. So how all these, under each key, you set up these under the configuration. Say, for example, if I go to maybe PH4, only this one.
Yeah.
Right?
So we'll see those in the configuration, how these parameter changes for individual standard key.
In this thing.
Yeah.
The configuration was not planned for PP. PP was just a overview. Run through the process. I got this correct. Because the warehouse, we went through that. I went to the configuration. That was part of this thing, but PP it was not part of it.
Okay, I'll check with
you
them.
You can check with them,
yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So depending on what you can create your own keys and you can have your own. See, I think it looks like a lot of people are flow is labor machine setup. They have something called as a move time. In fact, if we want to capture the time for the movement of materials from one machine to another machine, even that. So depending on your requirement, you can classify your define your standard value.
Okay.
So most standard SAP is setup, machine, and labor. You can add whichever you want. Then we go to the default values. Now, this is a very important key. Control key. The control key has all these parameters configured under it. What you see, the detailed information. This is the various control parameters we can have. Let's go to PP01, which is the most standard. So PP01, so each one of this control key has all this basically whether a scheduling is possible for this work set. I don't know if a double click on it is going away. Ideally, it should show me all the details. So if I go to PP01 key, this key has all these control parameters under this. What does it say? Scheduling can be done to this work center. Capacity requirements can be done to this work center. Cost determination can happen to this work center. Print confirmation can be done. Print of the confirmation can be done. Print time tickets and printing. All these are the control parameters of a PP of a control key. Say, for example, if I go to PP02, then it is external processing. Suppose if you decide that you want to manage the vendor's machine also within your premises. A lot of people do that. The key machines them do that. So you do a external processing, use the key. If this particular machine is not your machine, it is from your supplier's machine. If you want to manage it within your SAP, you assign a PP02. If you see the detailed information, it will be different.
Okay.
Right? There's no print. Print is not required because you are not doing it. Scheduling you can do it, and all those things can do it. But here, if you see in the confirmations, milestone confirmation not because here you are getting the input from the vendor, and so that's the reason why you milestone confirmation is done. And then one is basically plus is basically external operation. So when to do this external operation, system is going to understand that this particular work center is not part of your organization. This is something at the vendors.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That is the most important thing here. And then you have the suitability, setup type key, wage type, wage group, number of time tickets, confirmation. This all related to HR. In case you are integrating the HR module to the within your PP, this is this big integration between PP and HR in terms of integrating the resources into basically work center HR. Each one of them linking the HR number here and all those wage type, what kind of a wage type person is going to work, wage group, all those things can be done here in case you are integrating HR. Now here, based on whatever standard value key you basically mentioned in the previous screen, here you are going to say what is the unit of measure in which you are going to measure, whether setup you are going to measure in hours, whether you are going to measure minutes or whatever is the unit of measure you would like to record. Right? These are all the various things. A long lead time, you can do it in weeks or something. So here you have to basically say, these are the unit of measures in which I am going to manage the time, manage the setup machine and the standard value time.
Okay.
Then you have this capacity category. So what we did the basic data here and we did the default values. Then we have something called as a capacity. What is this capacity? So here we are going to define the capacity of this work center. What is it? Let's show you. I say whether it is a machine, labor, or whatever. First define what is the capacity category. And so let's say I'm going to be a machine and hit enter. Then this new screen comes up. Let's say drilling machine. Capacity planner group, who is responsible for this. Now, what is the base unit of measure? In what this thing you're going to, let's say, ask. Now, here what you're going to say is that what time to what time does this particular work center work? That is what? That is where we say the capacity. Let's say it works from 6 a.m. finish, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 3 is 90, 3 is 50. So here you are going to say what is the work timings of this particular work zone. 0, 0. And you can also specify the length of the break as 30. Okay. So what we have said is, this is how we build a capacity for a particular work center. Here we are saying that this particular work center works for 8 hours. Now, if it is 24 hours, then you can put 24 hours. It works in 2 shifts. You can put it as the 2 shift timings. Depending on that, system is going to calculate the operating time. Now, you are saying, what is the capacity utilization? Right? So any capacity is not utilized 100%. So you say whether the capacity is 80%, 90% of its potential it is used, 80% of the potential it is used. So depending on what is the thing, let's say capacity utilization is 90% of the time. Out of 8 hours, 90% of the time it is used. Maybe half an hour it is idle. So whatever is the you are working this thing. Now, how many individual capacities? So how many shifts it is? Generally, we use this for shifts. Right? So operating time is 7 hours 65 minutes. So there's a capacity of 1530, which means that we are running in 2 shifts. Right? So this is how you define your capacity. So here what you are doing is you are assigning the total number of hours a particular work center works, whether it is labor, whether it is machine, whichever is the category, you basically define the number of working hours. Right? And you always have to tick this relevant for finance scheduling. When you do the scheduling, when you do the production order, when you do the scheduling, or if you want the scheduling to be done, then because this work center, what happens is its work is used in multiple production orders, right? Not that the one particular multiple production orders can be used. So then you have to do a detailed scheduling and all those things. So that's why we say it's relevant for scheduling. And if you are basically this particular resource, can this particular resource or work center can have an overload percentage. Okay, it can go 10% more than its capacity, 20% more than its capacity, 30% more than the capacity. Or if you have that kind of a condition, then you can basically set the overload condition. Overload also you can basically. Then you can have some various formulas to determine the labor time, machine time, small formulas. If for example labor time, if you are going to use 20% of the labor time, 30% of the labor time, and some percentage of machine time, all those small formulas can be put in each one of this particular. That's why you are saying formula related. And then we go to scheduling. Again, we go to the capacity category. So here again, how should the scheduling work? The same capacity category we use. And then here you say, what is the setup formula? What is the processing formula? And what is the tear down formula? In case you have, if you have any specific requirements, you do a formula. If not, you leave it that way. Whatever is this thing, it will take. You can just do plus minus into operations in the formulas. And of course, from the configuration perspective, if you go the technical way, you can have your own formulas. From next, what we do is we do enter the costing. Because, Work Center PP has a huge interface with finance and controlling. Because product costing, you heard, right? So product costing is where a system in control. Product costing is a functionality in controlling, wherein you determine what is the cost of manufacturing a product, including the material cost and there are three cost components to determine the product. One is your material cost, second is your labor cost, and third one is your overheads. Right, the three important line items under which a product cost is determined. Now, here what we are doing, right? Setup time, machine time, and labor time, right? That is what we said we are going to capture. Now, each one of this setup time will be linked to an activity time. Right now, I don't see any activity time. So, you can enter an activity time. Say, for example, AP, that is done in control. Now, this particular activity type, what we do in controlling is we give the rate per hour. Say whatever, rate per hour, rate per day, or whatever. Say, for example, what it means is if I put in the activity type as AL here, so what it means that AL will have let's say $3 per hour for the setup time, which means that when you are putting 2 hours of setup time in the production order, system is going to basically calculate 6 hours for setup time. $6 for setup time. Let's say the machine has activity type A, B, or AM. In the machine, we are going to say this particular machine to run takes around 15. It will incur a cost of $15 an hour. Correct? Let's say that's what we put in control. Now, when you in the production order, if you are basically confirming around 5 hours as machine time for a particular production order, system is going to know 5 into 15. $75 is what you incurred on a particular production. Okay. So the very key right now, this is a controlling PP and controlling integration. So here, what we are doing is we are going to basically give the system that for this machine to run, the setup time, if somebody is spending some 20 minutes of setup time on this particular machine, then you are incurring X amount of cost. If somebody is spending 5 hours of machine time, actual machine time on this machine, it's going to take X amount of work. So, depending on whatever activity you can do, you define your activity types with the controlling module and link it here. So, you don't give the $15 here. What you do is you give the activity type only here. This activity type is created in controlling. and in controlling, they would have given the actual price per hour, price per day, or whatever is the unit of measure you have basically defined.
Okay.
Okay. And finally, you define under which cost center does this work center belong to. So whatever is your, let's say, 2000 is the control of your. So now your work center is ready. So you have the capacity values. You know how much is the capacity. You know what is the cost of running this machine. Then you know whether this particular machine is internal or external, and whether it can be used in a production order. It cannot be used in a production order. And what are the different activities you are going to capture in this particular work center. So these are the key data which you give assigned to a work center.
Okay.
And then we save. So your W-0 work center is created. Right? So we have a material number, we have a bill of material, and we have a work center. Nowhere we have linked, right? So we have so far not linked a particular product. If it has to be manufactured, it has to be manufactured on this machine, and and this is the sequence of operation. Nothing we are linked. So right now we are basically creating for a generic master data. So next step is your routing.
Routing.
And routing is simple. I mean, not simple. So by definition, what it means is that the sequence of operations to be executed to manufacture a particular product. Simple, the simplest of the definition. So if you see here, routing defines the list of activities to be performed. Simple. So generally, again, routing is a SAP very specific. The most closest word used in the market or in general business router. But anyway, that's also not common. Routing is but from the definition perspective, simply the sequence of operations which have to be carried out to manufacture a product, assembly, or a sub-assembly. Then it has various other parameters involved. So prerequisites for a routing. So when we say the sequence of operations, what the first thing required is work center, right? And which work center it will be done. So work center is basically mandatory for a routing to be created. Multiple materials can follow one material group. Routing is used for scheduling and costing operations of raw materials and finished product. Routing is used to calculate the operation cost for a finished product. That I will explain when I open up the routing. So let's go to the routing. The transaction code for routing is CA01. So routing is now created either for a material or for a group. That group can be used for multiple materials. Okay. So what I can do, because say for example, there are going to be 100 different materials. For example, you have 20 products, out of which 10 products follow the same routings. Then you can create one generic routing and link it. Or if you want to have one routing for one material. So here what you're talking, the material, what you have to keep in mind, the material what we are talking is a material which is going to be manufactured, not the purchased one. Because assumption is that this particular routing is going to be created for materials which are going to be manufactured in-house. Right? And which has a sequence. So that's the basic thing you will always have to have in mind. That the routing which we are creating is for a finished product, or whichever product which is being manufactured in-house. That's what we are going to define. Let's say 70 in the case. So here what am I saying? Let's say this is my finished product. To manufacture this finished product 70, what are the different steps I need to do? That is what I'm going to define in routing. That's what we mean by sequence of operations. So for this plan, enter. Okay. Now again here you start with what is this routing used for? Whether it's used for engineering design, whether it's for production, like the bill of materials, remember?
Yeah.
So you have various options you can use for generic production. I always use one or three, which is universal. If you put universal, you can use it for anything. But generally, what we do is for production, we ensure that we put only one. So that now what is the status? Released for order, creation phase, release for order, which means when I say release for order, which means that this routing can be used in the production order. Creation phase means this cannot be used in production order. Release general, I don't know, release. So release general is release. Say for example, if I say only release for costing, then it is this particular routing is only for costing. It is not used for production. Now, release for order is released for order. Release general is released for both costing and order. So I'm going to use that. Here you can also say this particular sequence. Say for example, a particular set of operations can be done if the lot size is 100, 1 to let's say 100 or 10,000. So you can have it for the same material. For the same material, if the lot size is 10,001, it is 100. Okay. If the lot size is more than 10,000, from 10,001 to 100,000, you can have a different sequence of operations. Maybe there's a different way of doing it. If that is the case, you can do it. Either you can give it for a lot size, or you can simply leave it blank to manufacture this. If you leave this lot size blank to manufacture this particular material, irrespective of the lot size, this is the routing. These are all the various parameters we said right now. It's going to come as valid from valid to creator. Now select this and they can directly go to operations. Now work center, what did we create? I think it was what are we saying? Let a particular manufacturing will have a series of operations. Okay. So this number is the first operation. The first operation, second operation, third operation, fourth operation. And this is how we basically list down all the different steps involved in the production activity. So we start with our work center, W-001. So we give a work center. Oh, sorry. I did a PP02. So this is a classic example. If you're giving a PP02, system will not allow you to basically create a routing. Reason? Reason is because PP02 is an external activity.
Okay.
Right? We said that PP02 is if you want to, this particular machine is, you want to manage the particular vendor's machine as an activity, yeah, this one you do. So that's why it immediately said you cannot do a routing. Because it is external, it's not internal. So you cannot create a routing for the vendors as a particular machine which is not in your premises. So now this came, PP01 automatically it came, the control key. Now if you see automatically the setup time, the machine time and the labor time came here. Where did this come from? This came from our work center.
Okay.
In the work center, we had given, I want to manage this thing, right? So operation number 1 is done on work center, machine W-001, and the control key is PP01. We can give any description, let's say operation. And what is the base quantity to this thing? The time, what we are basically saying, this time, setup time, machine time, and you think whether it is for 1 or whether it is for 100 or whether it is for 1,000. We can give that answer, right? So this is a base quantity. So setup time, I am saying that I need 10 minutes of setup time on the first operation, like 20 minutes of machine time, and maybe another the operator is going to be there, so he's going to be there for 20 minutes. Or what happens is that there are two ways to look at it. It is purely from the costing. So if your machine cost, running a machine cost is including the labor cost, then you don't have to enter the labor time. If your machine cost is only calculated like to run a machine, what is the electricity that is consumed, all other things, only that is concerned, then you do that. If not, then you are on the labor cost. So let's say 10 minutes of labor. So what did I do here? So to manufacture this product, operation 10 is the first operation. I need 10 minutes of setup time, 20 minutes of machine time, and 10 minutes of labor. Now, this is my first operation. After doing the first operation, this goes to the next a different machine, which means that a different machine is nothing but a different person. Now, if you see this work center, this is grayed out here. The reason is that in the work center, they would have said, do not enter the time here. If I go back to this work center, nothing has been maintained. No standard value key has been maintained. So hence, it is graying it out. Okay. So let's take a different one, 1510, or let's take a 1500. We can keep right now, nothing has been maintained, so this is being grayed out. Since we maintained it, it has to be entered, it has come. So we can keep on adding the sequence of work center.
Okay.
Okay, so this is what we are calling about a work center routing is a series of or the sequence of operations in which the manufacturing activity. So what does it contain? So it contains the work centers in the sequence. First it has to go to this work center, then comes to 1500, then maybe come to 3000.
F4 doesn't work. Doesn't work here properly.
Why it is coming
so
up like
what
this?
Happens if we expand the options?
Number is not coming.
So is it handled through some settings?
No, I have never seen this kind of thing, because this is a generic F4, right? Like any other F4, it is F4. Simply coming in with ID group, it's not coming up with the work center. There's no operation. But here you basically in a normal this thing, I think if you go to your system, you should be able to do a F4 and easily get it. Now if a moment I enter something without. Let's say, for example, here in this work center, it has opened up setup machine because it has been maintained in the work center. So for each one of the line items, so this number, these are the operation numbers, these are the machine numbers, the work center numbers, and then these are all the times which are required. Now, for each operation, if you would like to do it, you can basically do a component allocation. That for this work center, a particular.
Can you try one thing? Go to extras on the top menu bar. Yeah. Oh, it is coming for the in. Can you open a new session, please?
Yeah.
Blank session. Yeah, extras, settings.
This is going to simply going to give whether the transaction code should be shown or not. Those
I was checking if we have something for codes. Okay, I don't see that here.
Okay. So now, if you want to basically for a particular component, say for example, if you want to allocate a particular materials to be used, you can allocate it. For this, say for example, all materials will not be available for required in all the steps. Say for example, the first operation, only operation is done on material 10, 10, 10. 100-110. If that is the case, you can basically do a component allocation also for individual operations. Okay. So this is where this is how you basically create the routing, the basic routings where you are telling the sequence of list of work center on which the job will be done and the sequence in which it will be done. Right? So for material 70, we have basically created a material master. Then we created the routing part. Sorry, the bill of materials. Then we created a work center which is not related. Now here in the routing, we kind of clubbed everything together. That's what we did in. For this material 70, to manufacture this material 70, we need to work with the operations have to be happening on these three work centers, W001, 1500, 1112, and the time taken to manufacture, time taken to set up the actual machine time and the labor is the time taken. So we have kind of linked it now. Earlier, before we did the routing, there was no link. All were created in silo. So now what the system doesn't know is what we are not linked is only the bill of materials in the routing. We don't need do the bill of materials. So when we create a production order, what the system is, so first thing the system looks at, first thing you enter in the production order is the material, right? So this is the material which has to be manufactured. When you enter the material, what the system does is first it basically sees if a bill of materials is created. If a bill of materials is created, it will immediately copy it to the production order. Once a bill of material is copied into the production order, then the system looks if there is any routing, and then it copies the routing. So without a bill of materials and the routing, you cannot do a production order. Unless it is at least without the bill of materials, if it is a service order. Otherwise, so for a typical manufacturing product manufacturing activity, you need a bill of materials and you need a routing which is set up for the same. Either you can basically copy it or during the production order, if it doesn't find, system gives you an option whether if you can enter manually the routing and the bill of material also.
Okay.
But if you set it up, then moment you enter 70, the system should automatically copy. Let's quickly see that. If creation of the production order is CO01.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which transaction code is used to create a production order in SAP PP? Option A, CO01. Option B, MD04. Option C, CS01. Option D, ME21N. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at production planning? Our SAP PP on ECC course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP PP on ECC. It's like a toolkit for planning production, from managing resources to scheduling tasks effectively. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's made by experts who know this stuff. Your teachers are pros who have years of experience. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super useful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This great chance to learn is very affordable. Ready to become an SAP PP on ECC expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So demand in SAP, we have something called as a demand management. So demand management is a starting point for a particular production and a procurement activity to start in an organization. So where we enter a demand in a monthly bucket or a weekly bucket, it can come from forecast, it can come from various other means, and we enter it in the system based on which the demand is basically the input for planning. Because as I said, the basic output of a MRP planning, how many, when, right? That is the basic output of the MRP. Now, for that to determine, it should know what should it basically plan, right? Which finished product should be planned. There might be hundreds of finished products in a particular system. Now, which has demand, which doesn't have demand, that all comes from demand management in SAP. It is a sub-module in PP called demand planning. And the tool used to basically do that planning is called demand management. That's what we're going to cover. Okay, so there is something called as planned independent requirement. That's a very specific SAP terminology, which is nothing but the demand, the independent requirement of a particular finished product, which means that this particular demand has not, see, there are two ways how a demand can come, right? One is you keep on creating the sales order, right? The customer sales order. So the customer sales orders become a demand. So against a customer sale order, you start planning, right? The customer has given order of 100. So how many do I have in stock? How many do I have it in production? And what is the balance I need to procure? That is one way of demand. The second way of demand is called planned independent. It is independent of that. When SAP says PIR, the way you have to look at it, there's no like SAP doesn't give a definition. It's just that over a period of time you have arrived at this. Planned independent requirement are requirements which is out of the sales orders. It's not coming from the sales order. It's just that typically in FMCG, if you take, what kind of an industry is yours? Like which sector does it belong to?
Say that again.
No, what kind of an industry is yours? Where you
It's for networking as well as satellite communication.
Oh, okay.
It makes parts of satellite. Yeah.
Parts. So it's more of a discrete manufacturing. So now,
manufacturing.
So if take for example, you are going to supply it to some manufacturer who is going manufacturing a satellite or something, right? Right. So your parts, whatever you are doing, is going to go to one of your original equipment manufacturer, whoever is manufacturing the satellite or whatever. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you take that example itself, there are two ways how you can manufacture your parts. Let's stick on to your satellite parts. Let's say there are 10 parts which you are manufacturing. Now, there are two ways you can do it. One is based on your previous history of how you have performed. You are very confident saying that next 3 months I can manufacture 1,000 of each one of them. Correct? Which means that you are not waiting for the confirmation of a sale order from your customer. That is a planned independent requirement.
Okay.
Or you wait for the sales orders to come and then you plan. Because then the sales order is driving the demand.
Right.
So that is the difference between a planned independent requirement and so what we are putting in demand management, SAP calls it as planned independent requirement. If you basically keep reading the SAP documentation with respect to planning, you will keep on finding this PIR. That's what it is.
Yeah.
The independent requirement of a product irrespective of sales order or any other. For example, safety stock is also a demand. Reorder point is also a demand. Why is safety stock a demand? Because the moment the stock falls below the safety stock, it has to immediately replenish, correct? So that's also a demand. So there are various ways how a demand can be generated. So what we are talking right now is planned independent requirement. So planned independent requirements provides input for production planning, contains the planned quantity front on date for a planned quantity. It's split over a span of, which means that a product, a finished product or a semi-finished product in a various time bucket. You can have a weekly demand, you can have a monthly demand, you can have a daily demand. So depending on how the market is and all those things, for a particular time bucket, you can plan put in the demand for a particular product.
Mm-hmm.
So that is what is demand management. Now, this demand management is controlled by your planning strategies in the material master. So demand management can be used for materials which are made to stock only. Demand management cannot be used for made to order. Why? Because made to order is you are waiting for the sales order to come. Only then. So against the order, you are going to start the manufacturing.
Yeah.
Correct. So that is why the demand management can be entered or used for items which are planning strategy of 10 or 40. 10 is also a made to stock, 40 is also a made to stock. Okay. For materials which are basically using the made to stock strategy, I'll explain the difference between 10 and 40 when I do the MRP. Because now it will be a bit difficult to visualize, because what they are talking about is consumption of demand. How does the demand, say for example, I'll give a quick overview. Say for example, the demand management, there is 100. Correct? Mm-hmm. Now, out of which, moment the 100 there is in the demand management, system plans for 100. Once the 100 is manufactured, that demand should go away, right? Otherwise, system is going to keep on planning for that 100.
Yeah.
How does that demand go away? In 10, only when the goods issue is done, and only when in 40, whenever, say for example, in 40, what happens is that suppose you put in 100 demand for this thing, SAP planned everything and manufactured on the first day of the period, which is a month, you kept 100 stock. So the idea of this is that beginning of the month, you keep so much in stock, sales orders come and consume it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That is 40. Say, for example, you manufactured 1st of April, you manufactured 100. Now, in the month of April, sales orders keep on coming and start consuming, which means the demand slowly gets reduced. So, if basically in April, as per your plan, you had planned for 100. Now, ideally, you should have got a sales order for 100 numbers, correct? So that your stock becomes 0.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, I mean, in a real world, it doesn't happen. Correct? So either you end up with 80, or 60, 40, or you might sometimes end up 150. Which means that, what does it the implication? You will either get into an understock situation or an overstock situation.
So the other is 100.
100, say for example, 100 you planned for April 1st, you assume that you will get a sales order for 100 in the month of April.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the month, chances are there are 3 options, right? You got 100, you got only 80, or you got 120.
Mm-hmm.
Anything is possible in the real world.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Real world anything. So the whole thing is that, so if you basically got 80, which means that 20 got carried over to the next month. So next month, if you have planned 100, you should basically reduce 20 out of it, because you are overstocked. Now, basically, if you get 120, then you got understock, because you are running around because you planned only 100.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Millions of dollars are spent to optimize this. So ideally, you should basically optimize, because Japanese are the only people who have got closest to 0 inventory. Other than Japanese, nobody have been able to get near that. Using JIT and all those things. Nobody else. Because that's why in US says it's bullshit. They say that Kanban and JIT is not So they can't say in US. That's what we say in US. So, but Japanese are the only people. So what has happened is, over a period of time, Zero inventory, nobody is able to. Ideally, you should have zero inventory. So nobody is able to. So the terminology itself has changed. Now we talk about optimizing the inventory. So you should neither be in too much of a overstock situation or too much in the understock situation.
Okay.
That is what your planning is going to help you manage. Now the make to order. In make to order, there is no demand management. Demand is sales order. The finished products are not produced until you receive the sales order from a customer, and MRP run will consider only the sale order.
Okay.
That is made to order. So the standard strategy for this thing MTO is 20 and 25 if you are using variants. So creation of a PIR. So let's go to the system. The MD61 is the transaction code to go to demand. So what are we going to create? I think 70 was our material, right? 70. So we are going to create a demand for this particular material, and you can define multiple versions of this particular demand. You can have multiple variations of demand for slicing and dicing. At any point of time, you can have only one active version. So when the MRP is run, it is going to look at the active version only. 00 is SAP standard active version. These are all, you can define as many versions as you want, which means that you can store it and run reports and all those things, but MRP is not going to look at it. Now, you define a version, demand is for a particular plant. This is one thing we'll have to be aware when your planning in SAP happens at the plant level. Multiple requirements of multiple plants cannot be combined into one. So there is something called as the closest it comes is MRP area, but generally the planning happens at a plant level. Now here you basically give the version, and then for what period are you going to plan? Right now I'm saying from 13/4/2023 to 17/5/2024, or I can basically say 13/4/2023 to 17/6 or 17/7/2023. Generally you plan for a quarter.
Okay.
Because you will never have a visibility of 1 year. Now here you can say what is your period of planning, whether you want to month, day, period format, week format, or generally you do on a monthly thing. So that is, if you want to do a week, you do a week and hit end. Now this table opens up. Right? If you see 00 is the active version.
Yeah.
Then all you have is basically the month. So in the month of April, I'm going to say 500 is my expected demand, 600 is my expected demand, 800 is my expected demand, 1000 is my expected demand. This is my demand. Then you can go to items and you can give the details. So each one of the strategy type is linked something called as VSF. If you see, strategy group is 40, MRP type is PD, and system will basically bring in VSF. So if you use a strategy 10, it is LSF. So those are all terminologies.
So what does it stand for?
Just it's a strategy group 40. It is just linked to it. There's no expansion or the same. This is just a requirement type. So this is a requirement type which is used to transfer the requirements from sales to production. That's a complete different configuration. But from PP perspective, each requirement type is linked to 40. Each
40 will always be linked to VSF? Always?
Yes, always. If you see VSF, you will see it in MD04. You can see that in MD04. That is how you identify this thing. So like the 10 will be always linked to LSF. See, in SAP, you will never find a alphabet to alphabet. Because reason being that those are all German terminologies and this thing. So you cannot kind of expand it. It doesn't expand the way what it says. And that's all. So what you do is...
And LSF is for?
10. Strategy 10.
And what is its... is it also, like same description
which will be
for final assembly?
Yeah, it will be with a different description. Create one material with 10 and look what it comes up. And here is a schedule line. So See, whenever you are basically planning, what system expects is, if you are planning for a particular month, it expects that you keep the stock ready on the first day of the period. If you are basically saying that I'm going to do a monthly planning, it expects the stock to be ready on 1st of April, not at the end of April. So it is going to plan in such a way that the stock will be ready, or because your expectation is that in April, in the 4th month, sales orders will start coming, you simply keep issuing from the stock.
Okay.
It always plans to basically the whole thing should be ready on the first day of the period. If it is week, the first day of the week. That is how it is going to be. And you basically save it. That's all. So in demand management, this is what you do.
Okay.
But then to do this, there will be a lot of exercises which the sales and the lot of discussions with the sales and racing and everything is going to happen. And finally is when you are going to, because now when you do a MRP, okay, it is going to run against this particular demand, because this is the active version. Now you can create, change, you can have a different version here. So which can go to, let's say the one more version is one. So that require independent requirements create. I can create it for one. So now you can basically make it one and make this as inactive.
Okay.
And save. So you can have any number of versions, but active versions, I don't know whether it will allow start. Let's say 0. At any point of time, you can have you can keep on adding, then you can download. Actually, then as and when this thing, you can have a history also. So item history as and when the error consumption of the demand happens and all those things. Right now, there is no history because it has not been consumed. Say, for example, if I change this to, now let's go back. And 23. Now, if you select this, go to item history, it will say it has been changed. For planned quantity, old quantity, and planned quantity is been the same. So the history also can be seen. So now you have entered the demand. Now basically it is ready for plan. Let's go back to the slide. Single material, we entered a version which shows the active version. Planning others at date, then the planning turn into the details, click. Now this is what we did. We did the version. Then we entered the demand and enter the monthly demand. How do you delete a PI? When there's a delete button, you can go and delete a PI. Parent material for which we are actually enter transfer version.
Okay.
Now this is how a demand management is done. The next thing is going to be MD04, or where now this particular material is ready to be planned. So here, what we are going to do is we are going to look at the various types. Not the whole MRP run, how to basically carry out the MRP run, and how to process the planned orders, how to read the results of this thing, how to create a production order, how to create a planned order conversion to how do we convert a planned order to a production order, how do we convert a planned order to a requisition, and the complete gamut of the whole MRP run. Okay, so here, as I was discussing, the basic master data, whatever you have done, the bill of material, the basic thing for production of material master, bill of material, routing, work center, and then the planning file entries come here.
So, when you are teaching these topics, can you also tell me some questions that usually interviewers ask for PP while you are explaining the process and these terminologies? What kind of questions do they come up in the interviews?
See, it depends on, interview questions kind of difficult. Reason is that it depends on what kind of a background you are going for. If you are going as a beginner or a 2 years or a 3 years experience, the line of questioning would be, they will basically concentrate on your terminologies and plan. What is a plan independent requirement? What is a strategy group? What does it control? What is the demand management? When is it used? Those kind of things. Now, moment you cross 3, 4 years or 5 years, then it will be completely scenario based. Right? They'll give you a scenario, tell me how to do it. Because what they will do is they will take up their scenario, whatever they are doing in their present organization.
Yep, I agree.
Right. So if you're going like 2, 3 years experience or 4 years maximum, I don't know, US like 2 years experience, I don't know how they do it. But generally, if I do interview for a 2, 3 years experienced person, I'm going to stick only to the terminologies, concepts.
Usually, here, what I have seen, the trend is they do not even recruit persons below 5 or less years of experience. Yeah, as you say, if it's less experience, they'll stick. The interview will stick to terminologies. But usually in the client interviews and recruitment process, it's mostly scenario based. So that will be helpful if we can discuss those scenarios. Kind of.
Because it's I will see wherever I can touch.
Okay.
So now, basically, let's not do MPS in the beginning. MPS is very complicated. Let's start with MR. So we'll start with MR. So there are 2 ways how you can do it. If you are running in the foreground, MD02. This MD02 is basically single material, multiple levels. See, single, if you're doing in the foreground. If you want to run a MRP for a single material. Now, the latest one, earlier it used to be MD01. I think MD01 is no more available. So it is MDBT or MDPT or MDB, where you can schedule it in the background. Right? So generally, MRP is always scheduled in the background. Once in a week, once in a month, or whatever. In a real-time scenario, this is what will be done. But from learning perspective or in between this thing, if somebody wants to run a MRP for a single material, like something drastic has changed, then your requirement has come, we need to immediately plan in between, then you use a MD02. Otherwise, generally in a production environment, you generally don't use a MD02. You always schedule it in the background, FDPT, and at the night it will run, and morning it will show the results.
Okay.
So this is how it is done. So from the demo, from our class perspective, we'll go by MD02.
Okay.
So now there are 2 indicators here: NETCH, NEUPL, NETPL. See, NETPL and NETCH are net change indicators. What this means is, like, whenever you enter a MRP type in the material master, as PD, MRP SAP makes an entry in the planning entry file. In the back end, it creates a planning entry file when you create a material master. And if you are entering the MRP type as PD, it makes an entry as this particular material has to be planned. Because what happens is that the reason why SAP does it is that you might have 100,000 materials. You might not be planning all the 100,000 materials. You might be planning only 30,000, 40,000. Now, if SAP doesn't make an entry in the planning, every time it runs for the plan, it has to go through 100,000 materials. So instead of that, for all the MRP relevant, it is going to make an entry in the planning entry file. And when the MRP runs, it looks at the planning entry file. And whatever is there in the planning entry file is what it is going to plan.
Okay.
Now, NETCH indicator basically means that from the last MRP run to this MRP run, if there are any changes which has happened for a particular material in terms of material movement, in terms of demand, in terms of anything, plan only those materials. Okay, that is what NETCH means. NEUPL, the other indicator, means that don't worry about that. Whichever material has an entry in the planning entry file, go ahead and plan for it. Whether movement has happened, movement has not happened, something has changed, something has not changed. Right? That is NEUPL. Now, generally, from the performance perspective, NETCH is the most commonly used so that you do not want to plan for which nothing has changed. What are the scenarios under which it can change? The goods movement might have happened. Something for material has come in. Some issue has happened. Some goods receipt has happened. Or some demand has changed. 3 important scenarios of it. So, moment that happens, SAP, the planning entry file, makes a note of it. That something has changed for this.
Okay.
Right? So, what we do is once in 6 months or once in a year, we run the MRP at the plant level using NEUPL. Reason is that once in a while, you run the MRP for all the materials. If for some reason SAP has ignored or missed to make a planning entry file or something, so that anything of that sort happens, SAP always recommends to run the MRP run with NEUPL once in 6 months, once in 3 months, or once in a year. Next is, when the MRP runs, what should the output be? Whether it should be a purchase requisition in the opening period, or in the planned order. Whether it should be a planned order. Now, this again depends on the procurement type. Remember, now all the master data is going to come into picture now. Remember, in the material master, we said the procurement type, whether it is internal or external. Right?
Okay.
In the material master.
Yeah.
So now here we are saying for this particular material, so when the planning happens for all the components, if there is a shortage for this particular demand, should the system create a purchase requisition in the opening period and planned order. So what is an opening period? Opening period, remember, we said that the time to process the purchase requisition, if you're taking 3 days or 4 days or 5 days. So if it is the demand is before the opening period, whether it should create a purchase requisition or a planned order, or irrespective of that, always create a purchase requisition. But again, it depends on the procurement type, what you have put in the material master. Okay? So, for example, for material which are manufactured in-house, obviously, you will do planned orders. Because now, what happens to the purchase requisition? Once a purchase requisition is created, a purchase requisition is converted to a purchase order. And a planned order is converted to a production order. That is what happens. This is what these are key indicators for MRP. Delivery schedule lines. I don't know, have you heard of scheduling agreements in SAP?
Yes.
Okay. So here, what you are saying that if the system sees a scheduling agreement, say for example, there is a scheduling agreement of 1,000, out of which the schedule lines have been created only for 300. Rest, so instead of creating a purchase requisition, create a schedule line. Use schedule line. That is, if a scheduling agreement, or if you say that you are telling the MRP, don't look at the scheduling agreement at all. If there is a requirement, create a purchase requisition. That is what this means. In case the scheduling agreement is being used. Now, create a MRP list. After the MRP run, you want the system to show you the MRP list. How many materials were planned. Some statistics it will show. We can see that, right? Whether you want to see the material list or don't see the material list. Planning mode. This is one more very, very tricky thing, which is always the user perspective. If you say one, description is not given, but what it means is, if you say one, this means that, say for example, before when you run the planning run, there is already a purchase requisition, or say for example, there is a demand of 100 when you are running the MRP. It sees a purchase requisition of 30 sitting there. The balance 70 has to be planned. Do you want the system to basically add that into the same purchase requisition or create a separate one? So if you are using one, what system does is it creates for the same material, it creates the purchase requisition of 70. It won't delete the existing one.
Okay.
Okay. Whereas if you use 3, what it does is, if, say, for example, if in the same scenario, if there is a purchase requisition sitting of plant order or this thing sitting with 30 additional requirement, every time it deletes that old plant order, old purchase requisition and creates a new one.
Mm-hmm.
That creates a lot of challenges operationally, because the last MRP run, the user would have noted the planned order number and the purchase requisition number. But next MRP run, that is gone. A new requirement, new purchase requisition or a planned order comes in. Because it is deleting, and it's an operational level, it creates a challenge.
Okay.
Now, when does it delete? If no change has been done on the planned order or the purchase, even if somebody clicks on that planned order or on the purchase requisition, system is immediately going to make a star mark against it, and it will not change. So when does it change? Only when the last time the document, the procurement proposal was created to this MRP, nobody has even tested that particular document. Only then system, even if you put 3, only then it will delete it. If even somebody has clicked it, then immediately system marks a star against it, and it will not change. So I kept on telling you, right? There is a procurement proposals. This is what is procurement proposal. A procurement proposal, output of a MRP is either a planned order or a purchase requisition. Here is what is the procurement proposal. Purchase requisition. The output of a MRP is a procurement proposal, purchase requisition or a planned order. Purchase requisition is an external procurement proposal, because a purchase requisition gets converted to a purchase order, and planned order is an internal procurement proposal, because a planned order gets converted to a production. It all depends on individual company whether this thing. For all the practice purposes, we always go with 3. 3 is a cleaner process, because it is going to delete everything and do it fresh, even if there's something that's gone wrong this time to correct. Generally, nothing goes wrong, but that is, from a process wise, it's clean. But then, as I said, from the operation perspective, it's going to be a challenge. And scheduling, if you basic dates, because SAP does, as I said, is always, there's nowhere here you are basically seeing anything related to capacity. And as I told in the beginning, MRP assumes unlimited capacity.
Mm-hmm.
It will never assume that there's a capacity constraint. That's one downside of MRP. That is when the advanced systems are coming, right? The PPDS, APO, and all those things, where all the other constraints also can be put inside.
Okay,
so it does some basic scheduling. If you have the routing for that material and all those things, some basic scheduling it will do, but not much. I mean, we can't get much out of it.
Okay.
Now, there are other controls. Also, even though you have put any TCH, you can say also plan unchanged components. Which means that from previous run MRP to this run, even nothing has changed, still plan for it. Display results before they are saved. This is all for foreground. So if you do not check this, it will plan everything without you cannot see anything how it is planning. It will simply show the MRP. For somebody who is learning MRP, who is getting used to MRP, always use this so that you can see what system is doing in the MRP.
Yes.
Otherwise, in the background, we don't tick this, because we allow the MRP to run in the background and show the MRP. If you don't tick this, now display material list. Now, I want to see what materialization is nothing but which materials have been planned. And simulation mode, because simulation mode is before creating a purchase order for a purchase requisition or this thing, show me what is getting created. In real time, it is not getting created, like a simulation. So the output of MRP, this is very important. Output of MRP is only a planned order and a purchase requisition. It will never create a production order and a purchase order. That is one thing you have to very clearly have it in mind, because output is only procurement proposal is only a planned order and a purchase, because purchase order is a legal document between a supplier and a buyer. So MRP is not created. And production order, there are so many other parameters involved there, so SAP doesn't do it.
Okay.
So output of this thing, either a purchase requisition or a planned order. Now we are ready to run the MRP. So what did it do? So it transferred the demand. So what happens is everything, there is something called as a MRP element. See, MD04, I mean, we'll basically go to MD04 later. So let's go through it. So here what did it do? On the first day, on the 3rd of this month, it basically said there is a requirement of 300. And what first line is always the stock. Stock is 0. Okay. So on the first day, first is maybe a holiday or something. So 3rd, it said there is a requirement of 300 to be ready.
Okay.
And as of now, there is no stock. So which means 300 minus.
Okay.
Now, what did it do? It created a plan.
Yeah.
Okay. So it is what it is saying is reschedule it, because you are supposed to have it on 3rd. As I said, no, because the requirement is that on 3rd it should be ready. So what it does is, here it always gives an exception message. So we'll hold on to that when I go to MD04. Now let's see how the planning happens. I hit save. Now what is it doing? It is exploding the BOM, bill of materials. 70 is my finished product.
Yeah.
Right? For 70, I have a bill of material. So now for 70 to be manufactured, these materials have to be planned. Correct?
Yes.
Now it is going to start exploding the BOM. So now it is planning for 100-110.
Okay.
Now same thing. Now what you see, it is a dependent requirement. So 70 is an independent requirement. Whereas for 100 to 100-110 what is it? Because this basically is
required for 70.
So it's dependent on 70. That is why it put as. Now it basically directly put in a purchase requisition, because we said external. So there it created a plan. Now what happens, since this particular period, it is on 19/6. So for this, it created a planned order, because you have a lot of time for it.
Okay.
Then you decide at that point of time whether you have to manufacture now and all those things. So this is what is basically system has done. We look at this thing. So everywhere, so wherever there is basically, if you are running out of time, then it will give a 01, which is going to be newly created. We'll look at the messages once we go to everything. So I keep on saving this, then it keep on exploding the BOM till the last one. That is what is basically MD02, single material multi-level.
We have to individually save for all the components in a BOM.
Yes. So basically what
if we skip saving, it won't proceed further, or we'll just miss it.
It'll do. Either way, it will basically do. Skip is, it will not show you on the screen. That's all.
Okay, but it will still do it, right?
100%.
Okay.
It is just not. It's not. See, generally, MD02, as I said, is generally not used at all. MD02 is used only one is when we are teaching or this thing we use, or when somebody is learning we use. Otherwise, it's always MDPT in a real time scenario. So this is a MRP list. I mean, the statistics.
Yeah.
How much time it took for you to analyze. So same, if I can keep on running the MRP any number of times, doesn't matter. Right? Say, for example, if I say don't display the list. If I say display results before they are saved, if I don't tick any of those, now display results, now for example, display results, that is when it will explode the bar. It will show you, I mean, either way it is going to explode the bar, but it will show you on the screen. I keep on saving it. Okay. Now you don't want to save anything, or you basically cancel the planning, then you can do proceed without stopping. You, at some point, if you check this, you can cancel. Proceed without stopping is, you say, MRP is done, but it is not showing you anything on the screen. It did whatever it had to do. Okay, these are the significance of. And the same thing now, if I go to FDBT, how do you, I mean, the same thing. FDBT is going to basically show the same screen.
I have never used MDBT.
If you look at your program, this program would have been scheduled. If you are running MRP,
okay. Yes, we run it every night. Yeah.
Then if you go to your system and type in MDBT, you will see a lot of variants on it.
Okay.
This is the program. No, this is a batch program. So how do you do it? So you create a variant. Because any background job needs a variant. Correct? Scope of planning. Which plan do you want to run? Like 3000. Same parameters are going to come. Choose the parameters you want planning mode 3, this, and all those things. Right? Display material list, parallel processing, and all those things you can do. Now there is a user exit also you can do. See right now, what is happening is generally we do this user exit. Is that right now what is happening is all the entire plant is being planned. Materials. Now, suppose if you want to plan based on a material group or on MRP group, you can create a user exit so that only the materials belonging to that material group or that MRP group system is going to plan, if that is a requirement. Now, if you go to MDBT, our variant, either you can run immediately whenever you want to run the MRP, or you schedule it. Date when you want it, schedule periodically, schedule runs every month, every week, months, create. Job is going to keep on done. This is how this thing will be. Now you want to see the scheduling. Right now it is scheduled for 3-4, and every month on 13th it is going to run. So even if you look at your system also, I'm sure you should see that if you're running MRP, I'm 100% sure there will be some entries. Okay, so now comes the most important transaction of MRP, which is MD04. This is where all the results of MRP will be available. This is again, there is an individual access, there is a collective access. Let me start with the individual access. And for a particular material, for a particular plant, this is the real-time situation of a particular material. Sales orders, deliveries, production orders, planned orders, purchase requisition, stock transport orders, any kind of movement or document happens, it's a real-time update in MD04. Where MMBE and your another one is MB52 gives only the stock. Present stock is what it's going to be. But whereas this gives the real-time situation of a particular material. What are the plant orders? What are the production orders? What are the sales orders? What are the deliveries? Everything is going to basically give. Now, just to demonstrate that, say for example, okay, let's create a sales order. Okay, let's analyze this. So this is very important to understand the MD04, because if you are into planning and all those things, see, SAP perspective, job of a MRP controller is being in the screen to analyze what the situation is. Are we in an understock situation? Are we in an overstock situation? Are we lagging behind something? All those things will be seen in this particular screen real time. Now, you have columns as date. Date is date on which a particular this thing should be made available. The first line is always stock. The first line is always stock line. Right? This is called MRP element.
Okay.
So this basically describes what is this particular, whether it is a requirement, whether it's an order, whether it is safety stock, what is the reason for system generating this particular document. That's how we can look at it. So now first line is stock, right now it is 0, correct? Because we don't have any stock. Now, as I said, we entered a independent requirement. So which means that, as I said, system always expects the stock to be ready on the first day of the period. So 3rd of April, there is a demand for, so here, this particular, depending on what it is, this is a bit tricky. It can be a receipt or a requirement or an issue, depending on what. Suppose if it's going to show a delivery, which means that this is going to be issue. So depending on what document it is, it can be either a receipt or a requirement or a issue. Now here what it is, this line is simply indicating VSF 40 strategy. There is a demand of 300. Right now, 0 stock. So my present situation, planning situation is I am running short by 300. So that's why it's showing 300 minus.
Okay.
Now, because there was 300 minus, what did system do? System created a planned order against this VSF. Okay. Now, what is it asking? It is asking us to reschedule it. Why? Because the requirement is on 3rd. Requirement was on 3rd. We are already on 30th. Yeah. Now, planned order, what it is saying is it can be delivered on 27th for only. Why is that? Because in the material master lead time, we have said maybe 11 days or 12 days. So what is that? Even if you start on 3rd, planned order will be completed on 27th. If the lead time was 0, then the same day is creation. So now the lead time comes into picture. So what it does is it looks at the material master lead time and it will basically show when can this be ready. So again, this date can be either a requirement date or the date on which it will be available, depending on the situation.
Yeah.
Right. So now it is giving a message. What it is saying, this is a bit confusing. Because what it said was reschedule it on 3rd to start on 3rd, which is not possible because we are already on 30th. And then it says that 30. Let's see what is the exception message is 30. Where is 30? 30.
Plan process according to schedule.
Right. But then we can't, right? Because you're already run out of time. So this is some of the restrictions of MRP, because sometimes it becomes, because right now it is saying that reschedule on 3rd, however, you're already on 30th. Once you reschedule on 3rd, plan according to the schedule.
Yeah.
Right? So there's some of the restrictions. Right? So now what happens? Now it is saying 300. Why? Because it said after this planned order gets converted into a production order, after it gets manufactured, you are going to receive 300, correct? Then the stock is going to become 0. Because there's a 300 minus here.
Yeah, right.
Correct? So it becomes 0. Now, this is for the next month. See, now what it did? Next month it planned for 5th. So next month, for the month of May, it created a planned order again. For this VSF 600 was that, right? It created a planned order. Now it is giving a error message, exception, not error message, exception message of 5. Let's see what 5 is. Opening date in the past, which means that this particular date in the opening date, you should have already started this. It is opening date is in the past. That's what it's saying. It's giving a message. Hurry up. So each one of these have a relevant message to the MRP controller so that the necessary actions can be taken. Very important.
Yeah.
Right? So already in the past, better hurry up. So now, after you receive 600, you receive 600. Right? Planned order gets converted to a production order. Then you receive the production order quantity. Then it becomes 600. But for this 600, there is a VSF of 600 already for the month of April. Again, my stock became 0. After I receive the 600, similarly, it keeps on going.
Right.
The most ideal situation in a real-time environment, the last entry should be 0, ideally.
Okay.
Correct? Because that is when you are going towards 0 inventory. Because you are taking care of all your demand. After taking care of all the demand, your stock is 0. Most ideal situation, which in real time can never happen.
Okay.
And that is where the challenge is, and that is where all of us struggle in terms of planning. That's why a lot of tools are in the market to basically ensure that, because the situation of planning, the situation of the demand, situation of the movement of materials are very, very dynamic, which you do not have control.
Yeah.
Classic example, COVID. Who knew COVID is going to come? Right? The industries were just closed the next day. Right? Simply closed and said gone. But nobody knows what is the situation, how much overstock was there, how much, what was that they had planned. They have planned for 2 months. Everything got stuck, right? How much ever planning you did.
Right.
End of the day, 2 months you are sitting idle. 1 or 2 months you are sitting technically idle. So that is when this whole supply chain thing has come up now. Big time. Everybody is talking about supply chain. Because the situation is so dynamic. That's why so many new tools are coming into the market. So, but this is just the base MRP. Because remember, MRP doesn't have any constraints. We are simply assuming, all these things, we are assuming that I have enough capacity to manufacture 300 there, 600, 800, 1000. I have enough capacity. I have assumed. MRP has assumed. It is not bothered about whether capacity is there or not. For each one of this, you can basically, there are 2 things. One is called peg requirement. Say, for example, if you click the cursor here and click on this peg requirement. If you click on the peg, it is going to peg you. Why was this requirement created? Because there was a planned independent requirement entered in the demand management, VSF. That is why this requirement, this particular planned order was created. It's basically pegging. It is going to peg you. It is going to give a history. Why you at any point of time, say for example, without any, suppose I go and simply do this 501 movement type, right? 501 movement type in SAP is something you get material out of the air without any reference, without any demand. Then it will basically say that, it will come back and say that this is unplanned. Whereas this is pegged. Pegged is, this particular planned order was created because there was a demand requirement of this. Then you have something called as a MRP, order report for element. If you click on this, it is going to show all the dependent requirements. What is the situation of each one? Opening date in the past, bring the process forward, you are running late. Because in a real-time scenario, you should understand that this 100-110 can be used in multiple blocks. Right? So, demand this particular 110, 100 to 110 can be used in 70, 71, 72. So, what system does it? It clubs everything. So these are the two things of the MRP you can basically analyze.
Okay.
Now, this is coming only from the individual. Now, I think there's a few other fields you can switch on. Now, there is this collective access or MD46. 46, or this is where Because what we saw was for an individual material. In a real world, you cannot a particular planner cannot keep on looking at one material. Correct? So they should have access to multiple. For example, if a particular MRP controller is responsible for 50 material, that particular person should be able to see that at a single screen.
Mm-hmm.
That is when you use MD46. So now you can basically filter by MRP controller or a plant. Let's say by a plant or MRP controller. Or if you have MRP date, you can do all this filter so that they can say, and you can filter by messages also. Say, for example, I want to basically see only the finished date is part. Where, for example, we are supposed to basically finish it 2 days back, but still we have not done anything. Planned order is not there. So I want to see only those kind of. So generally what happens, they will basically filter the exception message which an action has to be taken. Something which is normal, nobody would like to see. Correct? Everything is controlled. So generally what users do, if they are at the operation level, is they would like to select the messages on which they have to immediately take action. So right now I'm going to go at the plant level.
MRP controller. It says below plant. Yeah.
But then it should be the MRP controller. I will put something. Now it is going to show all the materials under which, for which this MRP controller basically. So now you double click for this. It is going to take you to this screen and it can give you receipts. What are the expected receipts available? 103 receipts issues. Say for example, receipts are 0, whereas there is a requirement to issue 103. So technically 103 is minus. So what you need to do about it? And then if you do, and you can look at the, I think you can look at the MRP list also. Display stock requirement.
Okay.
It will take you to the stock requirement.
Okay.
And all the details you can see there. So this is if you want to use the calendar.
So here red and green symbol implies
that you can basically configure what is this stock days of supply depending on how much stock is available for how many days of consumption it is available. Say for example, in the present situation, based on the demand, if the stock is available for less than 3 days, then you can make it red. If the stock is available more than 3 days, then it can be green.
Okay.
All those definitions you can make it here. Say, for example, if some of this error came in one of those, this can be basically made as red, green. So depending on your requirement, you can define your traffic light. So at any point of time, when you open this, once you define the traffic light, so you can concentrate only on the reds. So there might be some greens also. Everything is fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything is fine. So you don't have to do anything. So you leave it out. So that way, these are all the red and then the green. So you work with only the reds and take action. It's just the work management tools. So that they can concentrate only on the items which need some action.
Okay. And the column next to material description, that is to edit something?
Text type.
What is it for?
You are basically telling that you have taken a look at it. You click a double tick becomes set processing indicator, which means that you have taken a look at it. You have processed it.
Okay.
On your own benefit. Set processing indicator.
Okay.
So anything with the double, you know that you have not looked at it.
Okay. And the next checkbox?
Few exception messages. Any exception messages has come for this particular material. Like do it in the past or all the exception messages.
Okay. So 1 to 8 are referring to the exceptions?
Exceptions.
1 to 8 columns?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So you can save the MRP list. So if you want to save the MRP list for future reference, you can save it. But then we generally, if that is a requirement, somebody wants to compare. I did a MRP run today and I saved the list. And after the MRP run, I would like to come back and compare. Then you can do it. You can save the MRP list. So that is how you look at a MD04 and MD06. Pretty much both are the same. One is single, another is collective. First thing, what do we need to do is that now you have what we are looking at is the product is the situation of the finished product which has to be manufactured. I can convert, double click on this. I can convert it into a production order, or I will convert it into a production order. See, if you see order start date, order end date, because where did this come from? This came from the material master in the lead time, in-house production time. Remember, in the material master, we put in the in-house production time. Right? Based on this, it calculated and said 13 to 27. Now, when it is calculating the lead time for production, it goes by the factory calendar. Which means that in configuration in the global settings, we define something called as a factory calendar, wherein we define all the holidays, public holidays, your individual holidays, whether Saturday is a working day, Sunday is a working day. We define all those things and attach a factory calendar to a plant. Now, whenever it is basically calculating the in-house production time, okay, it also considers the holidays. Okay, it will not count it as, for example, if 1 week is a in-house production, 7 days is a in-house production. Right? If you are basically starting creating a production order on Thursday, today is 13th, ideally it should basically finish on 20th, correct? Whereas let's say Sunday is a holiday, then system will basically say it will be completed on 22nd.
Okay.
Whereas if it is a purchase requisition, it won't count any holidays because system doesn't know the vendor calendar, holiday calendar. So same situation, if you are creating for a purchase requisition, system will expect the delivery from the vendor on 20th. Because it doesn't know the calendar or the working days of a particular vendor.
Okay.
So what I do is I double click on it and I will say convert it into a production order. There are two ways you can create a production order. One is CO01 is a manual way of creating a production order. And this is from the MRP screen. So if you see all the details, it is basically taken. So here you can define whether it is backward or forward, which means that forward is, if you go to forward, it is basically say that it will take the today's date, and if 11 days is the 10 days is this thing, it will say that your product will be ready on 23rd. Backward date is basically it will look at the finished date and say that when should you have started the production.
Okay.
Now, if you look at it, now there are two icons here. One is the component overview. Another is the operation overview. Now, if I go to the component overview, system would have exploded the bill of materials.
Okay.
So it brought in the bill of materials.
Right.
And then if you click on this, it would have brought the routing.
Right.
So all the buildup of master data was to ensure that during the production order, system basically explodes the BOM and explodes the bill of material. Okay. So this is the total quantity. This is the scheduling margin key which we need, the float before production, after production, then any assignments, MRP control, everything is coming from the material master. And how did it come from? It basically came from the planned order, then goods receipt, automatic goods receipt, whether it can be done, which stock type it has to go, control. These are all completely with respect to costing integration, dates and quantities, basic date, all the dates based on lead time and all those things, master data, routing, bill of materials, number, all those things, long text if you want to enter some text here, administration data, expected no event. I mean, it looks like something if there's an event to be manufactured. I'm not sure. The first time I've seen it.
Okay.
Okay. So now a production order is being created. Now, if I say this, if you see, keep seeing at the bottom, it is basically going to keep on doing a lot of things, and it says error calculated cost because the costing integration is not on that, correct? Now, if you're not set up the BOM or the routing or something clearly, SAP will immediately say during the production order creation that I cannot create a production order.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you refresh.
So, till those errors are resolved, we won't be able to use this order.
Yes, you cannot. Now, if you see, the planned order is gone. That's one thing. When you convert a planned order to a production order, the planned order is gone. When you convert a purchase requisition to a purchase order, purchase requisition is gone. Because now you are saying that there is a production order of say 600205. That's why I said it's a.
Wasn't it one?
Which one?
The one, the new production order number was 1, isn't it?
No, it was 60. Whatever number was created, the same thing. So a new production order has been created. Now, this production order is still not ready to be produced for one simple reason. The next step is to, till the time you release it.
Will it allow us to release with errors?
No. See, it will some of the errors it will allow you to release. Some it won't. Sometimes there will be few warnings and few errors.
Even with errors? Warning, I know.
Warning. Sometimes costing errors it will. Error in costing it will.
Okay.
Very few errors it will still release. Right? Say, for example, the first step is if you do not have the BOM and routing clear, it will not allow you to even save the production order.
Okay.
Till you resolve that, a production order cannot be created.
Okay.
So if it is not able to basically find a routing, it will give you an option. Do you want to manually enter the routing?
Okay.
Or if you're not able to find the BOM, it will say, do you want to manually enter the components? Whether automatic or manual, the BOM or this thing has to be there. Without that, once it is saved, then it checks additional parameters. So now I'm going to hit the release order. Release carried out.
Log will be deleted when you save.
This is a error, a costing error because
can you to know here?
No, it's going to come back. Cancel it will come back to the same screen.
So what is that circle that generate? Is it for generating something?
Which one?
On the toolbar, the football sign next to calculator. Next. Yeah. This is to generate.
No. This is create some instructions, control instructions.
Okay, we don't have to run this?
No, you don't have to. You have to release it and you just have to save it. Nothing changes here. But now this particular production order is ready to be processed.
Now it changed the element data.
It just brought in the order type. It just brought in the order type. Till the time it didn't release, it didn't bring the order type. So this is an indication that yes, this production order has been created and released.
Right.
Okay. So now, I cannot still manufacture this. The reason being, I do not have the components for this. What I did was I created a production order for the finished product only. I can change from here. I need these components. 100-110, 100-120, 100-130. I need these components. Right now, I do not have this. So the next thing is to start working on the components. So So we can directly go from here. So what we can do is we can select this, just put the cursor over here and go to order report. Now what I will see, if you see, now it did give me the production order at option at all, because we have said this particular material procurement type is F, which means that we are always going to basically procure it from outside.
Okay.
Okay, that's the impact of having. So let's take this and go to MD04. This screen is not a user friendly. Same MD04 screen.
You type 03 again.
So which means that, see, if you see the difference here, you already have a stock of 316.
Yeah.
Right? So which means that it planned only for 284. So now, so what we can do is we can convert this. Now if I double click on this, now this I will convert it into production. Sorry, purchase. All you need to do is select this and drop it here.
Okay.
So it will create a basic details. You have paid 3,000. The purchase requisition, there are various ways of assigning a vendor. If you assign the vendor in the purchase requisition itself, then vendor also it will take.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a typical master data element in SAP PP? Option A, material master. Option B, bill of materials. Option C, work center. Option D, customer master. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at production planning? Our SAP PP on ECC course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP PP on ECC. It's like a toolkit for planning production, from managing resources to scheduling tasks effectively. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's made by experts who know this stuff. Your teachers are pros who have years of experience. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super useful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This great chance to learn is very affordable. Ready to become an SAP PP on ECC expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So we looked at the material master, bill of materials, routing, work center, planning entry files. Okay, so after the demand management, we saw how the material system exploded the bill of materials. So we were in the process of carrying out the MRP. So let's go back to the SAP screen. The material, as I said, MD04 was the screen where we see all the requirements. 70 was our finished product. Okay, so we had created a production order. We created a production order. We released the production order. From MD04 screen, you can navigate to the production order, and where it exploded the bill of materials. This was the bill of materials, and then it also copied the routings which we had maintained. So which means that to manufacture this finished product 70, these are the set of operations which we need to do, and these are the materials which are required, right? So we created a production order for the finished product. Now the next thing is we have to ensure that we need to, once the production order is created and released, we need to issue these components into the production order so that the manufacturing activity can start. So the next step is to ensure that all the three components are in stock. So let's quickly look at the stock, if it's available or not available. So yeah. So 316 pieces, 792 pieces, 2,210 pieces. So how much do we require for this? So how do we find that out? So we go to MD04 and we basically go to the material list so that we can see what are the other components which is available, not available. Right. So here what you are saying is there is definitely a shortage of stock because we had put in a requirement of 100. The first component we require was we require how much? If you see here, production order 605. So required quantity is casing is 300. So 100-110, there is a 300 minus, there is a purchase order. Then there is a gasket 300 minus and 243, 2400 minus. So here what it is saying is there is already a purchase order sitting here for this 100-110. So what it is saying is the delivery date is way forward because it is required right now. But if you look at, let's say, if you look at the purchase order right now, let's look at the purchase order. So if we look at the purchase order, 1008195. So this is the delivery date in this purchase order is 15/2003. However, we require this right away. So what it is saying is bring the process forward. So basically ensure that you go and try and expedite this purchase order and get it earlier. Right? Delivery date is 2024, but however, we put the date as April 1st, right? So that's why it's saying do it right away. So since already there is a purchase order, it didn't create this thing. Now here what it is saying is there's already a purchase requisition. The same issue for this also. So there's already a purchase requisition. So if there is a purchase order, then what we do is we receive the purchase order. If there is a purchase requisition, we convert the purchase requisition to purchase order. So let us go to 100-120/OMD04/OMD04 100-. So there is already a purchase requisition. It is saying is bring it back, reschedule it, bring it back to 25/4 because the required delivery date is 1st May. So that is what it's saying. So what we'll do is to convert this purchase requisition to a purchase order, double click on this and here you say convert it to a purchase order. So and then all you do is select this and drop it into the shopping cart. So everything gets copied, enter the basic other details like the purchase organization and it is 3000. Okay, obviously we need to put in a vendor. Let's pick up a vendor. Anyone will pick up. And we need to put in some price. What is the net price at which we are buying this? So let's say same. Now if I refresh this purchase requisition should become a purchase order. 4500-18601. Right? Now the next item is here 100-130. So let's go back. 2004 100-130. Now purchase requisition it is talking about is 165. So 165 purchase requisition it is asking you to convert. Same procedure. Purchase order. Copy this. Sorry. Drop it here. Purchase order. Purchase organization. So net price. Currency. USD. So purchase order is created. Now let's go ahead and receive this purchase order. Let's first go ahead and receive this purchase order 1602. So when you are actually practicing it, you need to basically every time you change everything, you need to come back to MD04 and see how what changes happen. Right. So that's one of the easiest way to understand this MD04 and MRP when you're practicing. Every change you make, you just immediately come back to MD04 and see whether what has the change happened. Now, the purchase requisition became the purchase order. Again, why is this coming? Because of this reservation, order reservation 70. So this is basically because of this planned independent requirement of 70, because this is a component of 70. That is why this purchase requisition purchase order has been created. Now let's start receiving these two purchase orders. Let's start with this. Vigo is the let's not kill. Let's keep this session /OMI Geo. Receipt for purchase order. Quantity will receive the whole quantity where oh, this is a warehouse, so we have not maintained the warehouse. So let us pick up something which is non-warehouse management. I think it is 0099. Yeah. Okay. Purchase order data. And then save. Posting possible only in 2015. Wow. Nobody should have any transaction in this. Oh,
posting periods are closed.
No, it's not open. It is not open from 2015.
Yeah.
That's very, very long. Okay, let's do it. We don't have a choice. 2015, 7. Huh? So this is a US.
But we can directly open for
no, that is
month.
No. This right? This is So you have to go from 2015. Okay. Every period you will have to open.
Okay, not like finance
not
that
like
we
finance.
just open for.
No,
okay.
No. That's in the configuration. So what there's one more thing we need to check, the company code 2015-8. So what we have to do is we have to also see the physical year variant which is assigned to this company code, whether it is February, Jan to December or March to that also we need to find out. Assign company code to a fiscal year. What is a fiscal year? I think it will be K4 only. Let's see. 3000. 3000 is K4. Let's hope nobody has changed the configuration. Let's quickly see what K4 is. Calendar year. Okay, fine. So it is same as the calendar year. So fiscal year is the same as the calendar year. Then we are fine. So now what we have to go, we have to go to MMPV and 3000. So it says 8 and 9. So let's try and open 9. Actually, close period is actually opening the period of the next. That's how it works, even though the description says, 2015. So we have to start all the way from 2015. Execute. Okay, that's okay.
Okay.
Converted. Now we need to keep on doing till 23. See, the problem is
what will happen if we give current month and year?
It won't. It will give error. So if you
error?
Give 2023, today is 4, right? Because it is designed to open every month. See, in the real-time scenario, what happens is that every month, after beginning of the month, you need to close the last period and open the next period. That's the control what they have given, right? Now, what happens is when you do that, a lot of things happen in the background. All the GRIR gets transferred to the next month. A lot of other things also happen in the background. So this is purely for inventory posting. Inventory posting is designed to, so that's a control so that people don't backdate and post. Moment you open it, now it will not allow you to post in 2000. Moment you open 2023-4, it will not allow you to post in 2023-3 also. So we did 10. There's an easy way. Sorry, there's no easy way. Or let's try this. Days 18, right? If this works, I have never tried this. 201, 2016. Why is it taking all the reports? So has to be only 3,000. So generally in a real-time environment, they would have scheduled a job. Generally, they give 1 or 2 days leverage. So to post to the, and some of the companies are really strict. They, every day on the last day of the month, this is run and it is closed. You can't post it depending on the company's policies. Now, since we are not too worried about this thing, it will take another unnecessary 15 minutes. So why don't we just give the same date and post? I will try this. Now we are in 2019, right?
Okay.
So why unnecessary best? Let's see if that works. Anyway, we are not too worried. As long as the stock gets updated, we are fine. So we said 2019, right? So 1/4. No, this can be anything. This is not issue. Issue is this. Posting date, whatever it is, I'll change it to, where did we stop? 4/2019. Okay. 1/4/2019. So we'll try and post. As long as stock is updated, we are fine. So what it was complaining was CAU BSX 3000 is not maintained.
We'll have to create new.
No, we just copy one of them. BSX. BSX. Okay. So what we'll have to do is we have to. I'll just copy one of the GL accounts. So group together valuation areas. So 3000 is what? Violation grouping code.
Oh, group code is missing.
That's why.
Okay.
Now, if I see this, then we should be okay. 001 anyway, 3000 is not there. See, this is a problem in the training system. They remove the standard settings. 3000, it's a standard company code and standard. It should. SAP would have configured it. We should ensure that we always post it in 04 so that it doesn't comply.
But why does it allow to post it in backdate? Shouldn't it be restricted?
No, I'm not posting it in the backdate. I'm kind of tricking the system, saying that because the period is open in 1/4.
I know, till 2019.
2019. So I'm just telling the system that I'm posting it here. I mean, it is warning you. Actually, if you see, it is warning you.
Okay.
If I when I save, it will warn you. Now, that message can be taken it as an error. Now, GRIR is also not. See, document posting dates is different fiscal years.
Different fiscal years.
So if you want, we can make it as an error. So now it is complaining about account determination, CAUS, WRX. Everything they have preserved.
WRX.
Is the GRIR. WRX. GRIR account. WRX. Yeah, GRIR. No, it's a star. Everything it is there. Even a star is the same. Okay.
So shouldn't star allow everything?
Everything.
No?
Technically, it should allow.
Then why we are still getting errors? I mean, in posting.
Once you put in a star, generally it should. Now I have to listen.
Again, we'll have to start.
I don't know what else is. GRIR is taken care of. Stock is taken care of. I think that should be enough. I don't expect any other account determination errors. Sorry, no, I didn't change it. Oh, no, this is finance. One of the other way to go to the configuration is if you know the table name, what you can do is you can go to SM30 /n SM30. Put in the table name.
Yeah.
Go to customizing.
Okay.
But problem is it will throw a lot of options.
A lot of options, isn't?
Because this T01B is linked to a lot of other tables, right? All the link configuration it will
linkages.
Yeah,
Okay.
Everything. This is what happens.
Okay.
So now we need to find out the right one. Open and close.
Open and close. There is one new also.
Yeah, that is in the.
Just 2 options below. Okay.
That's the new GL. The new GL functionality which was introduced by SAP. Both are the same.
Okay.
So what we'll do is we will. Which one did it complain? For type S and L. Okay, type S and L. So, but before that, we need to assign what is the variant assigned to this thing. Okay. Assign variants to company code. So, what is the variant we have assigned? Our variant is Our variant is 3000. So now open and close. So we need to look at our variant 3000.
Yeah.
3,000. So what we'll do is we'll select all these. Everything will extend. Otherwise, one after the other, it will keep on comparing. From 2007 to 2050, we will say 2025. We'll do some favor to somebody else also.
In the first row also, in the last column, 2014, last column, first row, highlighted first row, 3,000 plus. Yeah, last column, 2014. Do you want to edit that?
As long as we are extending it only for 3,000, we are good. See, these are the
for 3,000 plus, go to the first line, one above. Go to the this one. Go to the last column.
No, this is 2029-10. This variant is 2910.
No, 3,000. Look at the last column of 3,000.
This one, is it?
3,000 plus. 3,000 plus. The first row. Yeah.
Okay.
No, and also the 2014. This one. Yeah.
Somebody has added some CC region to BSEC.
It says it doesn't have a component in the table.
They're using it somewhere. Okay, let's try this. So what
Somebody even changed the table, center table.
How can they change? They cannot, right? Without a key, they cannot change the standard table.
No. But the ZZ region must be some append or yeah. So in that they might have edited the append structure.
Correct.
Fine. Can we go to BSEC?
C11, is it?
Yeah, C11 is better. Yeah, go down. It should be at the bottom in the end. Yeah, any append or further up, little up. Yeah. So this is the append, one and one. So we see two, one include and one append. Can we go little up? And I just want to make sure if we have more. Okay, we have one more append. One more append. Yeah, we have so many appends here.
Oh, so many appends.
Yeah, go up. Okay, I think that's all. So somebody change one of these. We have like multiple appends here, right. Multiple structures added.
Can we go to the domain and see where it is? ZZ region.
Where used?
Where used is it? Okay. So, right, yeah.
But they already removed it.
Oh, they have removed. Oh, okay.
You won't be able to see in the missing structure now.
Okay, so what we'll try and do is see whether the regular 501 watt, whether it is only, but anything you do, it will go hit the PSEC, right? Any type of a goods movement you do, it will go and hit the PSEC, but let's still try.
Okay.
Otherwise, we are stuck.
But we'll have to inform them to fix it in the system.
So, 2400, let's see. /n MIGO. We'll see. I don't expect it to work, but still we'll try. Okay, our material was 100-130. 100-130. Just thinking of, let's see if it doesn't allow, let's try one more.
That was for 001. Sorry. ZOB. Second last. That is for 001.
001 is correct. Copy. And we'll have to change it for 3000. See, this what happens is there's a clash between the field selection of the movement type to the GL account. Okay, we need to fix that. So
these are all finance errors, right?
Finance and integration. So when we set up, when we set up all those things, see what happens is the GL account, what we have put right now, basically cost center is mandatory. In the finance setting, the cost center has become mandatory. For a GL account also you can. Whereas for our 501 movement type, cost center is not mandatory. So, but during implementation, what happens is the consultant and the FI consultant is going to sit together and say, okay, for 501 movement type, these are my requirements. So ensure that the GL account field selection matches with that. Two ways we can fix this. One is we can basically fix the GL account. I don't know, that's a problem. Since we don't know which GL account to take, right GL account to take, it becomes difficult. So one way, anyway, since we are here, see, configure automatic postings, cancel. There's one more way where you can do this account assignment. Not this. Go to simulation. Material number 110. So it will basically tell you where the incompatibility is. Material 110, 130 does not exist.
Why? 100 and 130, right?
I think so. 501. So this is what error. So what you can do is you can come here and you can basically see receipt without PO. Where is the incompatibility? Select this and choose. Double click and account assignment. This is where it is. This is where the issue is. Somewhere I can go and change it. Yeah, here I can come and go to additional account assignment. Cost center is a required entry. I will change it to option. Technically, this should not happen if the configuration and the MMFI integration is happened. So this should fix it. Yeah, so this G region will come. So now we'll do one more thing. Last try. We'll make the standard price 0 so that it doesn't update the BSEC. Because BSEC only the value update happens, right? Let's see what is.
But again, I think for 0 also it will still hit.
But then it will not update, right? It should not update. Let's try. So this is 21. So what we'll do is /n MR 21. Oh, okay. All everywhere it should be. New price is 0. Okay, fine, no problem. New price is 0. UMB 00 CAS, UMB 001. No. Violation looking code 0001. UMB CAS UMB, correct? CAS UMB 001. It will hit. I thought if it's 0.
Even for 0, what I'm thinking is it will still go to the table updated with the 0 value. So it's 0, but still. So
Okay, fine. So now let's see. I don't know any other way. I tried to trick the system. Okay, let's now see what is the stock. What is the stock available? So let's one by one go by the stock. At least we'll reduce the production order quantity. So we have around, this is also stock provided. We have around now 100-110. I think 100-110, 20 and 30, right? But then I'll not be able to do the goods issue. So technically, I'll not be able to complete any transaction from the movement type perspective. So now we are basically doing a production order only for 10. So let's do it. So the next step, what we'll try is we will basically issue the overall process. What we started was to ensure that stock is available, so that we converted the purchase requisition to the purchase order. So that we receive the purchase order, the component stock comes into the unrestricted use stock. Since we are not able to do it, what I did was we have some stock. So I reduced the total production order quantity itself, so that we have stock of the components. But again, we might hit the BSEG issue, but let's try. MIGO. So now we are going to do a goods issue. Okay. Goods issue for production order. 261 system automatically brings in the two. So what it does is it copies, or now it has copied these components into the from the based on the production order. It copied the components which needs to be issued.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which SAP PP component is used for long-term production planning? Option A, MRP. Option B, capacity planning. Option C, production orders. Option D, sales and operations planning, SOP. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at production planning? Our SAP PP on ECC course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP PP on ECC. It's like a toolkit for planning production, from managing resources to scheduling tasks effectively. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to advanced strategies. It's made by experts who know this stuff. Your teachers are pros who have years of experience. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super useful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This great chance to learn is very affordable. Ready to become an SAP PP on ECC expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.